What is happening, Dolphins fans? And welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate with your host, El Capitan. Tonight on the tailgate party that never seems to stop, we'll be airing out the grievances. We'll be addressing the issues. We'll be diving right into all of the bullshit. And a 30 for 30 starring everybody knows him, right? Your beloved Cap4Life. But that won't be the only thing discussed on tonight. Because I know you guys know Cap4Life gonna come up in this bad boy, and he's gonna point out the injustices in the community, the the Cap4Life stuff, right? And he don't hold back. He doesn't. And tonight we're gonna spotlight that. I'm gonna allow people to be in chat, and if Cap wants you to come up, he's going to be able to point and say, listen, let them up. Let's get it here. And, I'm going to send people the link. And if they got something they need to get off their chest, they're going to have their chance to do that. Cap4Life ain't going to not put names on it. On other platforms from X to, or Twitter and in the YouTube community, he will be saying his piece. And I'm here to mediate, here to interpret, and in some forms of another, hold some bit of justification of these matters. There'll be another issue on the docket tonight. It's a twofer. Okay, we won't be having an episode titled airing out grievances and not address something that is a bit of a grievance that happened about an hour and a half ago on X. In a live space, there was a little something finna be said, and something finna had be said about that thing that was said again. And people are coming after some person in the community in a way. A lot of unhappy individuals out there. We're going to allow people to air their grievances about their unhappiness and why it makes them unhappy. And we're also going to see if we can find some form of resolution here, some form of, I don't know, something, right? Fuck if I know, dude. We're just gonna air this bitch out. We're gonna air this bitch out, good old fashioned Fins Tailgate style. You're welcome. This is why I'm here. This is what El Capitan has created. I get it. There's plenty of people with other programs that it's lovey dovey, sunshine and rainbows and butterflies and all that stuff. And listen, we get down like that too. Don't act like we're not, happy, joyful people. We laughing all the time at here. Just because we're laughing at you sometimes because you don't get the joke and you're stupid, that's just hang around a little longer. You'll see that you can be cool too. You don't have to be a nerd. You can be cool like us. Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. We're going to get right into it.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good. Block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic throw. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm f***ed off, it's these f***ing clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Yes, we're going to do this. We're going to do it. We're going to talk about some things. Just looking over here at the phone, texting to Cap4Life. He's running a little bit behind in true Cap4Life form. I didn't think it, listen, I love Cap4Life. I knew he was going to be late. That's just, it was expected. But he's doing the right thing. He's making sure his phone is good and charged to really be a part of what the hell's going down. Shout out to everybody in chat. I see Red, White, and Bills. Sean got in here early. Hit the like button. Steve V. It's a Festivus for the rest of us. Yes, it is airing out the grievances, Seinfeld style. A little bit more of the gate, but Seinfeld style nonetheless. John Featherland up in here. What's up, John? Hit the like button. Raph in here. I know Raph hits the like button. He lets us De Vamos Gatos. Let's see if they can pull it off. The cats, man, please. Just hit the like button, guys. Hooked Up Joe in here. I see Michael K, who was perusing on the X Spaces a little bit earlier today, and he's always around here on YouTube, lurking around, hiding underneath a Buffalo trash can or something. Omar Brown, what's up, homie? He says the Bucks podcaster that was the dumbest content creator of all time. Real Talk is Real Talk Perez is an acquired flavor. I find sometimes he's enjoyable. I will say this. Wasn't boring, right? Great show. It was all the talk on X and other platforms. It was definitely the talk. Dolphineer, what's good, homie? Ryan AP, the member in the house. What's up, dog? What's going on, Ryan? Salute, brother. Who else? Amicus creeping in here. Holy cow. Did somebody revive him? I don't ever see Amicus around no more. Crazy. Nene, hello. How are you, Nene? Who else up in this bad mamage? Oh, my goodness. Michael K. Wow. Is Michael K and Amicus related? I never see one without the other anymore. It's crazy. I am sad that the Dolphins haven't got to the bag yet. All right. Who else in here? Jamie up in the crib. Chad. What's going on, Chad? Long time no see, brother. I know you've been watching in replay and stuff, but glad you're here live. What's going on? Kevin Lee, who is signed himself up for some TFTG donations depending on Miami Dolphins wins this season, which, we're always rooting for undefeated, but Kevin Lee putting his money where his mouth is for the gate. Salute, brother. Speaking of money where their mouth is, here is Michael K. In the name of Grumpy Finn, I want El Capitan to realize, dude, shut the fuck up. I fucking hate the market is what the market. I hate when people say that. Don't say it. Don't say it to me. Get up out of this bitch with that bullshit. I hate that, dude. What's up, Winters? Salute, brother. What's going on, man? Winters in the crib. Cap4Life doesn't kowtow to the bullshit. He doesn't kiss ass. I saw a lot of ass kissing last night. Is that right? A lot of ass kissing last night. Sounds like fighting words. Not ass licking, though. I noticed that. Oh, look, there go Andy. Salute to the TFTG solving grievances. Salute, Andy, coming around the parts around here. Bryson, what's good? Daniel Barry, how goes it, my friend? Raymond, what's good? Salute. Hit the like button. You know what? Mark K, Michael K, same thing. Same thing. Nerd. Great show last night. Awesome exchange between Reason and a Tampa Bay fan at EM jumping in. You know what? I would love to take credit for that. But again, this is the family that is TFTG. Lewis was in there early, jumping in after Shake started the show. I was up there, and Color, Ali, Crypto, Shake all held it down into the wee hours. And shout out to Reason for, coming up and standing his ground and really just at one point it was like a dog fight. And then I put, if you go into the chat, I started, because I went back and watched it. My daughter's got a bunch of friends staying over the weekend, so I've been fucking dealing with that all weekend. And my wife usually works nights, so it is what it is. But anyhow, I went back and watched it, and it was a bit of a dogfight. And if you go into the comments where I started tagging all the times, there's a point where Reason just starts slinging his dead, lifeless carcass all over the fucking room. It was hilarious, dude. It was good though. I enjoyed it. I think we might need to have that again sometime. I liked it. It was a great show. Hit the like button, everybody, and I want everyone to welcome the guest of the hour of this episode. And 305 boss, we are going to talk about Thomas. Thomas is a bit of what's being talked about, right? Market is what the market is. Say it loud and proud. Listen, that second part of saying it loud and proud, I know you've been chanting that a lot in your deal. So I'm proud of you, buddy. Proud of you for being loud and proud and not being ashamed, no matter what your father told you about it growing up. Anyhow, yes, 305 boss. Thomas will be addressed. Might even get a little bit of a visit from Thomas when we get to that point. But again, without any further ado, Cap4Life, welcome, brother. What's going on, Cap?
Airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now you're going to hear about it.
Cap4Life came with one in the chamber.
Chris, how are you, Chris?
I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing very, very, very well, as per usual. Sometimes I'm a little bit run down and tired, but today, got a lot of energy for the topics at hand. How about you? How you been?
Man, I've been, pretty much just living in the moment right now. The past 48 hours with all the intensity and all the passion that's been flowing throughout the social media world and pretty much throughout my phone, bro. And bear with me, bro. I got cricket, so if I'm gonna go in and out, just let me know so I don't talk into the wind.
No. You I will. Don't worry, bro. I got you. This is a Cap4Life episode, and shout out to the new member in the crib up here, Ramon. Welcome to the family. Welcome,
Ramon. Welcome. That's a nice year. 73, baby.
Asking who Thomas is. Thomas, person in the community.
What happened, TJ?
Did you?
TJ, what happened?
Okay, so Cap, you were in that space a little earlier with with Lou and everybody.
Oh, no. If I think what it is, oh no.
Yeah, Thomas doing, I guess I didn't hear it. I only went back and heard like the clippings of it, right? Because I was in, and again, I told you I got my daughter's friends and shit over, so I've been like kind of busy with a lot. So but I start seeing in my DMs, it starts popping off. I was like, what's going on? What's up? And then they're like, somebody had used the N-word with a hard R at that. And at first it was told to me that it was Michael K. And I was like, oh shit, Michael K, first time on X Spaces, fucking hung himself out to dry with a quickness. But no, it wasn't.
Look, real quick, because I know where this is going. And this is just so predictable, bro. It's just when you see things go a certain way, people always want to pull out the race card, bro. If not the race card, they want to pull out insults. And it's so predictable in today's society, bro. I've seen it the past 4 years. I think we've seen it politically around the world the past 4 years. I mean, it just needs to stop at this point, bro. We all know each other. We've been on here for 4 years. I would think that we would have some type of leniency towards the things we say amongst each other. But like I said, when it's involving certain narratives, that just gets thrown out the window, regardless of how long we've known each other. But I find that fascinating how, all of a sudden now that's the big topic at hand, when that's been the topic at hand for almost 65, 70 years since I've been born. So, I mean, like, if we're trying to get better as a society, I would think these platforms are for us to get away from all that nonsense, bro. But when shit hits the fan for a comeback, that's the only thing they have to pull out the sleeve, bro. And it gets predictable. Look at Whoopi Goldberg trying that shit. Now you got The View almost getting protested left and right, and they're making numbers like crazy. I don't think that's the type of publicity that we want, bro. But go ahead, Cap. Sorry about cutting you off there.
No. Again, Cap, you're running point tonight. I'm here to, run controls and be here as a host, but this is your show. I want you to go ahead and put out your, listen, look, all right, I'm going to put my face up on this one. Okay. I know, like the rest of us know, it is a fucking election year and things get real super political at times, right? And I don't like that dividing us, because politics and politicians love to divide us against each other. But the second after the elections are over, then now they want to start bringing everybody back together. And it's just an utter fucking shit show, right? It's an utter shit show. I don't like it. It's an evil thing. It turns brother against brother, son against father, so on and so forth, sister against mother, brother against sister. It turns families in and out, and they don't care about any of us when they're doing this, because it's not a healthy way. I get it. They need the votes. They're playing a whole fucking thing, but I don't like it. And don't allow yourself to be wrapped up in what politics is pushing on you for wherever you're getting your news or any other nonsense, to then, start looking at people you've been talking to for years and lose sight of whatever relationships and friendships you've made along that time, and throwing stupid things away for such frivolous nonsense, when these politicians don't give two fucks about any of us, dog. They don't give a fuck about none of us. So that's just it. And I don't trust none of these motherfuckers. Fuck out of here. So with that being said, Cap, now this is your episode and you were talking on this subject. Thomas is in the back. Do you want Thomas to come up to speak?
Well, before he comes up here, man, give me a second, bro, because give me 1 second. Am I getting it clear? But can you hear me clear? Can you hear me clear?
Absolutely, can hear you clearly. Why? Are you getting some feedback or something?
Okay, perfect. No, I just want to make sure, because this phone is trippy, bro. It might explode. It might not. It's like a ticking time bomb. All right, look, listen. I don't usually do this, bro.
I will text you.
But at the same time, excellent. So with that being said, I never usually do this, bro. But it's about time, since I got this type of platform, and I don't go clout chasing, bro. That's not my style. I march to the beat of my own drum, like people that know me know who I am, bro.
And with that being said, Cap, there is those that clout chase in this community.
Yeah, with that being said, though, bro, I just want to give a shout out to everybody out here in the YouTube world, starting with Two Raw TV Uncut. My dog, if you guys want any type of real talk that involves everyday society, check him out, bro. YouTube. 305 Sports, Babe and Lou. You all know him and her. The couple, the Dolphin couple, just growing with the community. Let's keep supporting them and their family, because they start number 2. 560, my homeboys, Leroy, Tobin, Vlad, everybody over there, Joe Rose, everybody over there that's always, giving a 1-2 for us in the Dolphins community. And Solana at the 2:00 hour. The Solana show is excellent programming. So check them out, bro. They're good over here in Miami locally. 560 WQAM. You can get all your Dolphin information from them, especially Joe Rose. Ace Per Head, Curtis, my dog. Curtis, check out Ace Per Head. Ace Per Head is coming up in the Dolphin community. That guy is thirsty for knowledge, and you can see it in his content, bro. And he's pretty much embracing everybody over there, starting his own panels and whatnot. So try to help him out, and show the love over there at Ace Per Head. YouTube, everybody so far. AFC East Roundtable. I don't need to say anything else, bro. I'll get back to those guys later. All Dolphins podcast. Poopard coming up in the world over here. Beat writer turned freaking independent turned Dolphin. Pretty much insight guy that's making a lot of noise, man.
I would say Poop to me is royalty, bro. He was there, all the way back when, and he's a guy I've been listening to since I was a little youngster, bro, trying to find my info. I don't like the disrespect Alan Poupard gets on the fucking Twitter and social media. It really, listen, I get it, right? The haters are going to hate and stuff like that. Poupard has been doing this for so long and is so well respected that the people that, come and go and rise beyond him and infamy and stuff like that, still every guy you do respect and you hate Alan Poupard, know that the people you do respect absolutely hold him in the highest of regards. So that's just a fact. Continue on.
Yes, 1000% factual. And yeah, Bearded Fanatic with Manny. Manny, we need more content, bro. Bearded Fanatic coming to us soon, maybe on DolphinsTalk.com. Bet US, them boys are making moves left and right, bro. You got TD, you got everybody else from the AFC East Roundtable. Check them boys out. They're making moves. Be Real TV, my one and only personal side favorite, bro. Cypress Hill, for me, always hit my heart as a teenager. And right now, they are up and coming in the podcast world. Just giving you all the insight on everything that's coming out, hydroponic, everything medicinal, everything, that you can get around the United States right now on a legal tip. Check them out. Great music, great DJs, great insight on anything holistic, anything natural. Check them out, bro. Cypress Hill, Be Real TV. DG Live. Everybody knows DG Live. DG Live is, for me, man, that guy, for me, he's unique, bro. He gives you everything that you want late at night that you're not expecting. He gives you clips that you never expected, Dolphin insight that you never expected, statistical categories that you never expected. DG Live, YouTube, check out the homie, Dolphin content. Dolphin Syndicate, you got those two young bloods, bro. Dolphin Syndicate, those two guys. I was hanging out with them over at the I believe it was training camp. I think it was against joint scrimmages. I don't remember, but those two guys, we kicked it for a little while, and they're thirsty for knowledge too, bro. Dolphin Syndicate also on YouTube. They're hitting and cracking at least 1,500 subs, bro. But check those guys out. Dolphins Thirsty. Everybody knows Thursday. Always my day. Dolphin Thirsty. That guy, bro. That little jingle, bro. As corny as it is, it sticks to my ears, and I love it, bro. And that guy, I love him too, man. Shout out to Dolphins Thirsty, one of the Canadian strong out here, bro. Over at finstalk.com, and then he has his own independent also. But yeah, check him out, bro. DolphinsTalk.com.
And Cap portraying here his far reach of the Dolphins community. There is not a content creator out there that Cap4Life is not trying to support with at least his interactions, his takes, his likes, his shares, and his trying to connect of the community. That's his deal. So, before we get into a bit of the grievances, because
give me 5 minutes. Let me go through this list real quick. Whoever in the back can wait patient. I just want to get through this list real quick.
Oh shit, you got a longer list. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So yeah, where we left off, DolphinsTalk.com. Man, DolphinsTalk.com. Chris, they're making moves, Chris. They're making silent moves like a ninja, bro.
Well, I mean, let's call it what it is. Mike Olivia has been doing this for like 12 years now, bro. He's been doing it for a super long time. When you have a long track record in Bedrock doing podcasts and now, into the YouTube world, it was only a matter of time before he starts getting the guests he's now getting, right? That's just what it is.
Yeah, bro. So it's amazing to see that they wheeled in Florio the other day, and yeah, man, just the amount of insight that they're getting from all these other type of, coaches, insiders, reporters, even the guys in there, Big E and everybody over there, bro. They just, making moves. Stephen D, everybody's over there making moves, and I like that. And that's very, very fulfilling for a fan base that's thirsty. So, you know what I'm saying? No pun intended, but yeah, man, those guys are making moves. DDW, Dubby do wrong. I don't need to say anything else, bro. That guy right now, bro. Oh God, bro. I just can't wait for the season to watch it with him and his dad, bro. They always trip me out. So we got Esco Joe TV, up and comer Dolphins content creator. All these people are on YouTube. Fins Talk with Bobby Fins Talk, bro. Fins Talk, bro. Fish Tank Hank and Bobby, bro. Okay, those guys, I've known them since jump, bro. Okay, Fins Talk Sports Network, bro. It's YouTube based, and they're up and coming too. And Bobby's thirsty. Bobby is thirsty. Bobby Fins Talk. If you guys don't know him, you guys will know him, bro. So yeah, you guys check them out. Fin TV, Sammy. I want my Fin TV. Fin TV, bro. Check out Fin TV. Check out 5 Reasons Sports. 5 Reasons Sports. We got Ethan Skolnick from pretty much came up and coming down here, beat writer, paid his dues, ended up making his own empire. So shout out to Bossman over 5 Reasons Sports. You got Alpha over there with 3 yards per carry. And you got all the boys over there like Lewis. It's good content. Always bust their balls over there, but they always have good numbers and good stats. And yeah, check them out. 5 Reasons Sports, bro. And you got Flying Fluffy Sports. Flying Fluffy Sports right now is going through a hiatus with the Panthers right now, and we've been riding the wave of emotions with them, bro. So shout out, bro. Shout out to them all, bro, over there, bro.
Cap4Life, they're killing you in chat right now, bro. They want you to speed this list up. I'm looking at them. They're killing you right now in chat.
They got Frankie Fresco coming up. Go Time Dolphins, Iceman, Inside Leverage, Outside Leverage, K Flexin, Mace Taggart, Bleezy, MDC, Miami Fan Talk, Miami Sports Fanatic, Miami Sports Music, Miss Fins, Moss TV, Nando Sports, Nikki Smokes. Oh, Nikki Smokes, man. Vaya con Dios, Nikki Smokes, wherever you are, bro. Oh, God. Papa Paul. Man, Papa Paul, Pete's Takes, Fanatic Fury with Larry, CB83. When you come to Miami, bro, you know where we're going, bro. You know the spot. And we're taking Batman with us. We got what? Pretty much anything involving wrestling. We got Stanley Media House. Stanley Media House, my buddy Stanley Media House, Sean Stanley. Anything wrestling, get your info. All on YouTube. Perk and Bonus Feronis on Sun Sentinel. Chris Perkins and Bonus Feronis, don't miss out on the information on the Sun Sentinel. They provide the excellent Dolphin content. TD Fins Talk, may I say anything else? I think you guys know the big dog, TD Fins Talk. And he sends his condolences. And the Dive Bar. The Dive Bar is making moves, ladies and gentlemen. They're fishing in huge catches right now. And I'm getting wind and word that they're catching in a whale right now. So check out the Dive Bar. And yeah, bro, it's pretty much just self-explanatory. I don't need to say anything else, bro. So if anybody has some type of question about this Dolphin community when it comes to finding out who supplies the most content throughout a monthly span, I say to you all in the chat and throughout the world, I dare you to find me another fan base that's more hungry and more stronger than this fan base, bro. I rest my case.
Way to put a bow on it, because the fucking chat was killing you, Cap. But I feel like they're gonna kill you a lot anyhow. You definitely put a nice bow on the end there. And Joe Rist, shout out to Thank Joe you. Rist sending the $10 donate. He says, "Great show last night. Guests from other fan bases are a fresh perspective." Well, we'll do our best to keep that going. We'll do our best.
Oh yeah, and I forgot, bro. I made amends last night, and everything worked out with Reason. So shout out to Reason and Finside the NFL, bro. I forgot to send them a shout out.
I was waiting for that.
Well, look, pretty much this list that I'm doing right now is pretty much based and piggyback off what Reason does in the I think the first 5 minutes of his show, and gets a shout out to everybody that's pretty much a sub or a subscriber. So I'm trying to piggyback off of that idea. Larry used to do that too. So I mean, it's only right, bro.
Well, yeah, at the beginning of the show, I start shouting everybody out in chat. You know, you gotta be thankful, and we truly are.
Something like that today. Chris, something like that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, for everybody that doesn't know, if they don't know who these people are, but they can rewind and listen to what I said and check them out, bro. Doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and you know, not to say nothing, but you know, I heard that we're your favorite, so that should say something, right? I mean, we're the favorite, right, Cap? I mean, who else is holding the Cap4Life show?
Well, look, I'm not gonna bullshit you, bro. I have a top 5 Mount Rushmore that I did with Shake, and that's based upon before you guys came on the scene.
There's only 4 on Mount Rushmore. I mean,
look, look, let's just put it like this. It was based upon before you guys came on the scene. For me, I have a top 5, I have a top 10, but the ones that hit for me the most at home are pretty much, you know, you got 5 Reasons, you got TD, you got the Big O for me, and then DDW. I had Reason on there too. So I mean, but you're telling me Mount Rushmore is only 4 heads, right? But I think I did 5 that night. Yeah,
you did 5. There's 4. I mean, I just noticed that, you know, we're none of those names. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You might not be none of those names.
Just like that. That's it. Now you lost your show, Cap. Look at that. No, I'm just fucking with you, dog. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just kidding.
No. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I don't BS. I don't sugarcoat shit, bro. This was before you guys hit the scene. But if you're telling me top 5, top 10, bro, you're gonna be top 10 for sure. I just named you a list of 30 fucking different
top
YouTube
10 at least. I mean, listen. Outside of the fact that you named like 65 Dolphins creators, most of which I'm aware of. Not everybody, but I mean, damn. I'm glad I make it into your top 10. The Cap4Life. Goddamn, I've hung out with this guy like 3 times. When are these assholes hanging out with you, Cap?
No, look,
When
you have to understand. Look,
bought you a ticket to a game, Cap?
You
When
have
has
to
anybody
understand.
bought you a ticket for a game, Cap?
I knew I was going to get this. I knew it.
When are these
I knew I was gonna get
motherfuckers introduce you to their wife and kids? When did that happen? Holy shit! I've done all this.
Listen to me. That list is based upon when you guys came on the scene. I'm being real. I'm being real with you. Like,
okay, since we reinvented the fucking game,
there you go. There you go. There you go.
Since the game has been reinvented with the gate up in this bitch, let's call it for what it is.
Exactly. Exactly. Because during COVID, it was pretty much look. And let me put it like this: I would have put Larry top number 1, but Larry's not here no more. You know what I'm saying? But Larry was the guy for me. FinFan panel will always be in my heart, bro. But Larry's not here no more, bro.
Larry's the shit. I'm gonna try to reach out to Larry one of these days and get him on the gate and do maybe a 30 for 30.
Show correction time. Ombudsman here.
Oh shit! You don't fuck up now, everybody.
First of all, you left out TFTG, the very platform you're speaking this list on, and secondly, you left out the honorable Solo D. Like seriously,
no, he didn't. I heard Miami Sports
Music, bro.
Okay,
yeah, that's his channel.
Don't know that. Some people associate that more with Stephen D.
Oh no, you're right. No, Miami Sports Music is Solo D's channel, guys. Check him out, bro. Stephen D's not no, but that's Solo.
All right.
All right. Don't make me have to come up here again.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
all right.
Color.
So yeah, watch out. Color is lurking. And Color has full access all the time. It's something I can't take away. Color could literally shut the whole YouTube channel down if he fucks up. He could literally, he got the plug-in. Anyhow, so Cap, where do you want to go? Because Thomas is hanging in the back, and he has some stuff that happened today. And there's other people
here all night, man. I mean, I'm picking back on what you want to do. It's your platform. It's your world. I'm living in it.
Now, shout out to Raymond. Salute to the homie, new member, throwing some bucks around here. Appreciate you, dog. Listen, yes, but there's a lot of stuff I know you want to talk about. This Thomas.
Yeah, but if you got guys waiting in the back, let's bring them in. Let's get them combined and let's just do this, bro. Fuck it.
And I mean, people are in chat. They want to talk to Thomas. And
yeah, bro. I mean, look, at the same time, if he comes up, bro, I'm telling you right now, bro, this is not going to be a dogpiling thing. This night is not about dogpiling on people, bro. If they need to speak, let them speak.
Mm-hmm. Well, Thomas is up here. Welcome, Thomas.
I'm sure they want to hear from me, Chris.
Oh, wow.
So what happened? I don't know what the hell happened. What happened?
Well, Thomas, you got a bad connection. I want you to go ahead and drop out of the StreamYard and then come back. Because sometimes it loses a connection. You might have got a phone call when you were in backstage. That happens. Yeah, so I don't know. This is gonna get ugly. This is gonna get kind of crazy because Thomas is getting killed right now.
Is that bad? Is it that bad, bro?
It's. I mean, listen. I'm not one. Again, I wasn't there to witness the events in question. I did see the clipping of it, and it's not a good look. But I've been talking and chummy with Thomas for quite a bit. And Cap4Life, can I bring up Lewis because it was his space that all this happened? But I have to ask you, it is your running point.
Open the floodgates.
Oh, okay. Floodgates open. Lou, welcome.
Was good. Cap, Thomas.
Can you hear me now, or is it still bad?
Hey, Thomas, it sounds like it sounds like the water on the mic. Like you might need to repair your Bluetooth or something.
I don't know, man. This phone's fucked up. Listen, I don't want to take away from Cap. And I'll make
if you got Bluetooth, take off the Bluetooth, bro.
Yeah, maybe take off the Bluetooth if it's Bluetooth. Well, no, Thomas, because this is no rush job. First of all, I've got the next 2.5 hours with Cap, and believe me, Cap's gonna fucking enjoy every moment of it. But again, with today's events and the title of today's airing out grievances, there's people that are really coming for you right now, Thomas.
No shit. No shit.
And I know some of which have veiling threats, and for some people just flat out saying you're going to catch those hands when they see you, and that's crazy.
Yep. I'm not on these platforms that often, but when I've been around, and I think all three of you know me, okay? And
Thomas, you've been around since the jump. I want to say I gave you some cards or some shit at one point early on in
Since the
when it
jump,
was just
bro.
me on the show.
listen, I was paraphrasing Lewis. I hear this shit all the time in these chats. It's no excuse, okay? But for people to fucking call me a racist, it's fucking bullshit. Okay, I'm not no fucking racist, and that's it. That's the fucking bottom line. I'm not.
Nah, you don't need to explain yourself, bro. As many times as I hear it over there, bro, I would think you get a leeway even if you did say it.
Hoe ass no more, because there's a lot of that hoe ass blank, hoe ass B, hoe ass, and I don't say that fucking word. I don't think any of you ever heard me say that fucking word ever. And I said it with an R instead of a soft A. But even at that, as a white man, I shouldn't be saying it at all. Period. And I take full responsibility for fucking saying it. Can I take it back now? No. Am I a racist? Fuck no. Okay? I'm not. But it happened. And a lot of people are apparently coming for me now. And it is what it is, Cap. You know?
Well, if I can just jump in here real quick, because it was a Twitter space I was hosting, right? And I see Jay had a comment in there that it's Lewis's fault. I mean, people want to say that, that's fine. The first thing I'll say, I can't control what comes out of anybody's mouth up on this platform or a Twitter space. It's not like I have my hand up someone's ass and moving their mouth like a puppet. That's number one. So with that being said, I'll be honest. I say the word, right? I think we all understand the word that was said. I say the word. I haven't had no blowback, but I'm also, again, if this is going to be a touchy subject, it's going to be a hard conversation, right? I'm also not a white man, right? Thomas, you are a white man. Usually when I say the word, for the most part, well, all the time, really, it's with A. It's not with the ER. You dropped it with the ER. And if I'm going to be honest, it's not for me to come out here and say if you're a racist or not. I don't know. Like, that's not for me to say. I don't know that. I will say I don't condone the way you said it, though. And I do understand and I do sympathize with the people that might have an issue with what you said or how you said it. And, you know, I see their point, too. Like, even if I have confrontations with some people that are saying it at the moment, I'm not going to, in this particular situation, I will side even with that person. You were wrong, homie. Like, that you were out of bounds. And, you know, I just wanted to come up here and say, and for my part, I don't control your mouth. All I can say is I don't condone what you did, how you did it, where you did it. And I'll end it with this. You just got to answer for it. So, I mean, that's all I can say on it.
Lou, I don't condone what I said either. Okay? I don't condone it either. As long as I've ever been in these places, I've never said that word. And I was paraphrasing what you said.
Let me
And it fucking quick out instead of not even saying it.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Lou. Is it going to be an issue if Thomas shows around in the season ever again or anything like that? Is it that bad?
No, it's not.
Well,
hey, Thomas.
Well, just real quick, Crypto. For me, and I can, if I'm just going to be honest, this is transparent. If I'm hosting a space, I would not be, or even a co-host. And again, Thomas, it's touchy, right? But as far as me, like if I'm hosting a space, I can't give you a mic, right? If I'm co-hosting a space, even if you request. Now, if I'm hosting or co-hosting a space and I'm not hosting it or another co-host, you know, well, let me clarify. If I'm hosting a space, the co-host I have will not give you a mic. Now, if someone else is hosting and I'm co-hosting and that host decides to give you a mic, I can't control, again, just like I can't control your mouth, I don't control whoever's hosting the space to give you a mic. I can just say, again, for me, you know, knowing some of my friends that I have and some of the people I know in this community that are minorities, and again, for me, it wouldn't be right. I got to stand 10 toes down on how I believe. Just for me, I can't give you a mic.
Well, hold on a second now, Lou. And Crypto, were you in the space, Crypto?
Actually, I was. I caught some of the tail end when you said he used it with the A versus the R. That's what I was trying to differentiate at the time because I was at work. Well, I still am at work. But from my interactions with Thomas, I never perceived you, Thomas, as a racist. You know, I've been on these panels where I've actually called people racist before. Not too long ago, when me and the Bills fan, Josh Allen got into it. But um, I never perceived you that way. But I know it was a slip. You was trying to paraphrase what Lewis was saying, whether it was with the R or the A. That was the part I didn't quite catch, to be honest. As far as the tail end, and then everybody else just pounced in right away and just start over talking each other. So but from what I did understand, you were trying to paraphrase what Lewis was saying, and that's what slipped out, which is
It
wrong.
don't matter with the R or the A. I shouldn't have said it, period. That's the bottom line. And I take full
Yeah,
responsibility for it. Okay. And Lou, I respect your,
Yeah, I gotta say,
your
Lou. How did I mean? Again, Lou, and I know from speaking with you, you were kind of preoccupied. The clip, which I have available, and I'm very well may play here directly, Thomas. I don't want to put you on blast, but I just want to, this
don't
is the
matter.
problem.
Play it, Chris.
I will momentarily, but I just want to. I know, Lou, you don't preconceived notions of Thomas and post notions of Thomas at this point. How has it made you feel?
Well, again, listen, my 9-year-old, he has friends over, at the time before, about 10 to 15 minutes before Thomas even said anything, my wife had got home. She had my actual little one in the car with her. She brought groceries and food home. I was getting the groceries about 10, 15 minutes before Thomas even said it. I got into it with a certain individual on Twitter. After that altercation, I went on mute, getting the groceries out, getting everything settled, helping my wife put food on plates and stuff. We were sitting down to eat it. Thomas eventually said what he said. I still didn't say nothing because, again, I'm at a dinner table with my family and another young child that, ain't used to maybe some of the things that when my kids are just around or in my household, we might say or whatever, right? So I didn't say nothing. So I had to say it here. As far as how it made me feel, again, as a minority, not as a black person per se, but again, a lot of people in my family are of a darker color, right? I'll just say that as a minority. Nah, it did rub me the wrong way. And again, I'm not, in my opening statement, I'm not here to determine whether Thomas is a racist or not. I can't change anybody else's opinion who heard it or anything like that. It's not for me to determine whether he is or he isn't. I just know with the friends that I have, Cap, the way I move within, this certain community, I don't think
You're not arguing, Lou. You're not arguing with the perceptive of being offended.
Yeah.
You're not
Again,
arguing with the people who are
I
offended. You're not
understand
arguing
why
with their perception.
I understand why people are upset. I
Yes.
sympathize with those people, right?
Yes.
And again, for me, without saying Thomas is racist or not, I rather eliminate myself from the conversation, and the easiest way for me to do that is anything that I'm hosting or something like that. I just will not hand out a mic to Thomas. I just again,
I understood.
I think that's for the people.
I
cooler heads
respect,
prevail.
I respect that, Lou. I respect.
I respect it in the extent because it sounds like you're looking to avoid the confrontation, not just because of how people will act with this thing going on, but also the confrontation that might come Thomas's way as well. You're looking to just avoid the confrontation that's happening. What I'm going to do, because there is some people in the back, but before I get to anybody else, because I got to ask Cap4Life for permission, I am going to play the audio of the grievance. So hit the like button, everybody. Sometimes this is how it goes down in the tailgate. Again, we will pull back every nitty gritty thing because to me, nothing will ever grow, progress, or get on without everything being addressed at some point. So, we can hide our look. There go Cap4Life. You good for the people in the back, Cap? Or you're saying good with the play the audio? Okay, good for the people in the back too. Okay, look, Cap4Life, fucking making an appearance on such. All right, so here, listen to the audio here.
Everybody's
we got a
invited.
roof over our head.
Everybody's fucking invited to the tailgate. That's the premise behind it. And Lou's running the space the same fucking way. Okay, so if the shoe fits to you bitch ass niggers, it's got a problem. Sorry.
Wait, hey.
Sorry for saying it. You bitch ass and people that have a
The
problem
fucking,
with this.
hey, bro. Hey.
That's the clip that's circulating out here on the internet.
Yeah, bro. But look, let me tell you like this. I've heard the amount of people on that space say the same thing with a different racial color, and just because he has a different color, I mean, you guys embrace him the whole time, but when the narrative don't go your way, now all of a sudden he's racist. I'm pretty sure something went down here to that point where he got that heated. But let me tell you something. I know this guy that much to know he don't get heated to that extent when it comes to that topic. So something was brought up. I wasn't there and I'm not assuming, but it just seems to me all of a sudden now people are in their feelings pulling out the race card the past couple of days. It's not just him.
Damn. Well said, Cap. I mean, if that's what you're noticing, and listen, I won't argue with you because let's be real.
Yeah, bro. They look to pinpoint. That's how a wolf pack works, bro. And at the same time, I get what's going on, but damn, bro, we know each other for the past 4 years. Now all of a sudden, TJ and welcome over here no more, EM.
Welcome to the panel.
Try not to
Tony,
use the
welcome to
Wolfpack
panel.
word because a certain individual is going to co-opt it and just lump us all in that he's been calling the Wolfpack. So don't hijack that goddamn word.
Yo, can I speak? Yo?
Yes. Tony, I want us to be as look. Tensions are high, and I don't want it to fucking drop off the deep end. I do realize there may be some screaming at times, but I'm gonna do my best to keep
Bro,
this.
they go at it every day on Twitter, Chris. They go at it every day on Twitter. They talk like that 24/7, and then TJ chills with them the whole time and tries to be chilling with them, tries to be open-minded with them, and then when he starts to get real, all of a sudden now you're racist.
Get the fuck out of here, Cap. Mute it. But matter of fact, put his ass in the goddamn back.
Let's do it like this. Hey, Chris, put him in the back, bro. Put him in the back.
Put his ass in the back,
Put him in the back,
Cap.
bro.
All you gonna do is sit up here talking that dumbass.
Put EM in the back, bro.
I'm sorry, EM. I'm sorry, EM.
Not today, bro. We ain't having that shit today, bro. Last night you tried to get away with that shit. So now you're not getting away with that shit.
EM, I told you on a phone call this could happen, and I'm gonna let you come back up. But Cap4Life running point,
Cap,
and it
Cap,
just
you gotta let them talk though.
it
Cap.
just so fucking happens that
Nah, fuck that. We were talking about this last night. Nah, this is an example we're making right now, bro. You ain't gonna come over here and try to act like people are racist when you hang out with them 24/7 the past 4 years. Now all of a sudden he's not welcome.
Cap, but you gotta let people talk. It's not no. We're not saying no one's saying he's
Cap,
not welcome. But you
you
gotta
got?
let
First
people
of all,
talk. Cap.
Nah, bro, this guy, hey, Lewis, he was ready to go after TJ, bro. He was ready to go after TJ, bro.
But he has a right to. Cap is all I'm saying.
Bro, Lewis, as much as you have spaces, bro, you look. I'm gonna ask you because you run the spaces, not EM. You're gonna say that TJ's not welcome there no more, bro? And look, that's your platform. You can do whatever you want, but you're gonna say moving forward that he's not welcome.
Again, Cap, anything that I'm part of because
y'all let me know when I can speak.
and I'm just trying to talk to you, Cap, as a minority, right? Again, I think it's a tough conversation, but when I heard it, bro, it's wrong. The way he said it was wrong. And if I'm going to be honest, and real quick, hold on.
And he's telling you it's wrong. He's telling you it's wrong. What else you want from him, bro?
Cap4Life, let's try to be
a
host.
The
host has to listen too. Okay,
we're just trying to talk, Cap. And again, it's tough conversation, right? But after he said the word, when he doubled down and was like, "Well, you bitch ass N words," it kind of comes off as a double down, right?
Because he tried to fix it, bro. Even I'm listening to it for the first time, and I know that man had regret, and he tried to fix it to fit in with you guys. It's not that far-fetched at all for me to listen to that the first time and get that impression.
And I agree.
People are reaching just to reach when they have a certain agenda. That's
okay, but listen, again.
TJ's a good dude. I ain't gonna let nobody shit on him and make him seem like he's a racist when he's not.
Hold on.
He chills with
let me help out, Lou.
every day. He chills with different races every day, and you guys are gonna say he's racist?
Cap4Life.
Can I just say this?
Let's try to keep it.
Cap4Life. All I'm saying is, right, and we said it's gonna be a tough conversation. But I see Tony up here again, a black man, EM as a black man. They should have a chance to say their piece, Cap. Whether we like it or not, it's a tough conversation. But
no, I agree, Lewis. I agree with you 1,000%. Lewis, I agree with you 1,000%. 1,000%, Lewis. I agree with you. But I'm making an example with Ian because he was talking that shit last night about people should not trip about being banned and put in the back.
Oh shit.
Well, again, I'm just saying from on this conversation.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Check fucking mate.
Damn, look, you hear what he just said? He just used this excuse to power trip on EM, and he admitted it, bro. It was not about any of this. It was about yesterday. He did it.
Listen, I said my piece. I do think EM and Tony should have their.
Nah, me too. Yeah, let him up. Let him up. Let him up. Let him up.
I'm letting EM back up. I want Tony to go ahead and speak a little bit. Tony, you've been patiently waiting, and EM, I want to hear from you as well. But go ahead, Tony.
All right, I'm gonna start by saying, Cap, please don't cut me off. Because with all due respect,
nah, Tony, it's your world. Tony, I'm gonna shut up right now. I'm only going up, bro. It's your world.
Okay, so I was there. So let's get this first thing first. I don't give a fuck if it was a mistake or he didn't meant to say that. He ain't got no fucking business saying that. Now let me tell you what make it even fucking worse. Lewis already said what he had to say. Thomas, you had no fucking reason to even repeat what he said. Like you doubling it down, like Lewis need a fucking help or nothing. It had nothing to do with you. Nobody said nothing to you. You took it upon yourself to go and try to repeat what Lewis said, and he used the N-word and he said nigga with an A. And everybody knows. And for y'all that don't understand, y'all need to be the fuck quiet because it's a fucking big difference between nigga with an A and nigga with the ER. Everybody fucking know that. And then on top of that, you are a white man, bro. You ain't got no business nowhere near that. Period. There's no fucking excuse. There's no reason for you to even think that was cool or that was acceptable. And for all you motherfuckers that was in there talking about saying what Andy is a minority, first of all, and Andy never used the ER. It was always the A. So y'all can, and then it's crazy how y'all tried to use Andy, and when everybody tried to slander him, to try to not cap for him because I guess y'all know him. I don't know the motherfucker like that. So for y'all to sit here and tell me, oh, we know him and we know he's not racist, that's a motherfucking lie. There's more people that's in that space that listen every day that have no fucking idea who he is. But we do understand that was a goddamn white male that said the nigger word with the ER that in a subject that had nothing to do with him. Nothing. I can see if somebody addressed him, somebody said something to him, or they was like, hey, and he came back and at least was defending himself, then he at least had a reason to input his input on it. It would have been wrong regardless. But for everybody to sit here and try to cap for him, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I lost all respect for you motherfuckers. Because this shit is dead ass wrong, and I just wanted to tell y'all that I was there. That he had no business saying that. And that's all I want to say, bro, because I ain't got nothing to say about that shit. This shit is fucking ridiculous.
Tony, you're absolutely right, Tony. Let me tell you something,
bro. I want to hear that, bro. Cap, you were just capping for him.
Bro, listen,
you weren't even fucking there, bro. You weren't even fucking there.
Okay, Tony, listen to me, bro. There's one time I let it slip on Mace Taggart's show, and I was getting into it with eye test because he was getting disrespectful with a female. Bro,
With
it
all due
happens
respect,
sometimes.
what is your
We from the
nationality,
hood, bro.
Cap?
Look,
What is
look.
your nationality?
Look, listen to me. You and me are almost in the same situation. My dad's
Okay,
skin
so
color
that's
is
a
darker
completely
than your
different
complexion,
situation,
bro.
bro.
My family, listen to me. My family, I call my uncle Negro, bro. Okay? My uncle's Puerto Rican black, bro. I don't think anybody should take to heart the way things are said when we're amongst each other, bro. That's all my
What the
point.
fuck you mean, Cap? Right is right, wrong is fucking wrong.
Okay, but
You
he's not
can't-
being
you can't sit
vindictive,
here and say that
Tony.
just because you
He's
know
not
him.
being
That's
vindictive.
the
He told you he
problem,
was
Cap.
sorry.
Y'all
Tony,
niggas is
he
taking for
told
this
you he was
nigga,
sorry,
and
Tony.
that's why
If he
nobody
didn't
suffer
say
the
he was sorry,
consequences.
Tony, what
because
else
y'all-
I would agree
I
with
ain't
you.
gonna
But he's
fuck-
saying he's sorry.
What the fuck you sorry
If the
mean?
man was-
You ain't got no business saying
Okay,
anyway.
he's going.
So you mean
He's on
so you mean
Twitter.
we can
He's
do
on
anything
Twitter
and
with
it's
that,
sorry?
right? Okay,
So long
Tony.
as the nigga
He's on
apologize,
Twitter
they can
with
say
that.
whatever the fuck they
But
want.
he's on YouTube apologizing, bro. If he would have doubled down and tripled down, he would be saying the same shit on YouTube. He's apologizing to you, bro.
Hey, Cap4Life, be honest with you, bro. You are part of the fucking reason. You are a part of the fucking problem. I'm sorry. You're a part of the fucking problem. Because this bullshit ass capping that you're doing right now is really pissing me the fuck off. Because it makes no fucking sense. That means you can do
It makes
anything
no
as long
sense
as you
to
say sorry.
dogpile on people,
It's
bro.
cool.
It makes no sense to dogpile on people on a platform that I don't want
It makes no
dogpiling
sense
on.
for him to fucking say that shit. What the fuck are you
Okay, he
talking
said
about?
he was sorry, bro.
Man, fuck you,
He
man.
told
Fuck
you
how
he was
feel about
sorry.
that shit, man.
Wait a second, real quick.
Y'all can
I
have
just
that, bro. I
gotta
ain't even gonna argue
hold
with
on
this
because I wanna let's chill because Tony, I feel like you feel like you're not being heard right now, and I don't want that to be the case. And I'm sorry to interrupt. And Cap, I don't want you to scream over him. And Tony, I want you to rebut.
Go ahead,
And I know
my bad.
EM is patiently waiting, and thank you, EM, for being a stand-up guy right now. I do want to shout out to Miami Fan Talk Show. He says, all due respect, some of you allowed Michael K to say it on his space today, and nobody said nothing, and some members of y'all tried to deny it.
That's
None
a
of
goddamn
y'all
lie. Michael K didn't say that.
Michael K said something? I didn't hear Michael K.
didn't say anything. It was me.
Let me find.
No,
let me
clean
find
that
out.
up.
That's
They
not-
mistake-
that's
that's
not
not
true,
Let me
Ian.
find out.
Ian,
That
that's
wasn't
not
Michael
true.
K conflating it with
Let me
Thomas.
find out.
That wasn't true, Ian. That's why I don't understand. I
No,
think
it was a couple
here's-
of people that said that was Michael K, but I corrected it and said no, that was Thomas.
okay. So
Right.
people, when they
That
heard
wasn't
Thomas,
Michael
they
K.
blamed it on
okay.
Michael K.
Oh,
Okay,
you know I've been waiting on Michael K a long time.
Oh yeah,
Let me
Michael
find
K,
out.
you know he's going to get at you in chat now that you were ready to pounce on him, EM. You know he's getting ready to come at you now.
It's not like Michael K. It wasn't Michael
Why
K.
was he deflecting from Thomas?
Okay. It was me. And I'll own up to it.
Thank you,
And I
thank you,
said it.
DDG.
And I wasn't saying it to be cute. I wasn't saying it to try to get attention. I was saying it in regards to stop going after Lewis of wanting a Buffalo Bills fan the hell off of the space. And I said, listen, if the shoe fits, and then I said the stupid fucking shit came out of my mouth because I was paraphrasing Lewis. And that's how it happened. And I've never fucking said that word on any platform ever, or any fucking private chat, or ever have I ever done that. And I'm ashamed that I fucking said it. And that's it. And you know what? I respect you if you don't fucking like me anymore, and you want to ban me and say I'm a racist. Whatever the fuck, man. You know, I'm a big boy. I can put my fucking pants on, but I know who I am. And I'm not that. Okay, so.
Well, Thomas, I want to allow EM to address a little bit of this stuff, but Tony's being called out.
If I may,
EM, you might want to respond to where Tony's being called out in chat by Mike or Mark K. Mark Bills fan Mark.
This is why people that are white or race should shut the fuck up when they don't
Exactly.
know what the fuck going on.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck
And
up. I don't know
I
who the fuck you is.
completely
If you don't know what
understand
really, you're
where
stupid.
you're coming
And you
from,
don't
Tony,
understand
and
where
I
you're coming
will-
from. So mind your fucking business and stay in your fucking place.
I would be fucking pissed off too. Tony.
So I'm gonna, I was highly upset when I received that information that Thomas was out here, moving the way that he was moving earlier on a public platform, right in front of I don't know how many people was in that space. I'm sure a lot of them were black and just minorities in general, but for damn sure I know there was a lot of blacks in there. And that was extremely disappointing to hear. I'll get back to you in a minute, Thomas. I want to address this fucking idiot Cap4Life, right? I was not coming in here, right? I was not coming in here.
You get way too loose with that word, my friend. I don't understand why you.
No, it's a well-known fact. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, right?
It's
so
a damn shame, bro.
I
It's a
want to
damn shame.
echo basically. I want to piggyback off what Tony said.
That's the only vocabulary you know, bro.
Well,
I want to piggyback off what Tony said.
Cap4Life,
right?
It is your point in the 30 for 30 Cap4Life, but let him get out what he's got to say. EM has been very, for the most part, I would say EM is on his best fucking behavior right now because it sounds like he's very serious. And Cap, I want you to at least listen, and you will get a chance to respond because you are running point. But go ahead, EM.
Again, when I initially came up on the panel, right, I was not upset so much at Thomas, right? Because I'm well prepared to address him, and I am going to do that very shortly. But what infuriated me was fucking idiots like Cap4Life, bro. You're sitting here trying to justify, right? Whether you agree with it or not, this is America, right? This is the United States of America. We understand the culture, right? We're all born and raised in this culture. Whether you agree with it or not, whether it's right or wrong, that's not the debate here. The issue is, what the meaning of that word coming from that, race of people, whether you want to call them race, ethnicity. I can't even speak right. Ethnicity, right?
Ethnicities.
I'm not that much of an idiot if I can say ethnicity.
Please forgive me, right? We all know the history behind that word coming from, that race of people in our country, right? Now, whether you agree with black people use it, minorities use it, whatever, whether you agree with that or not, whether that's right or wrong, that's not debate. We all know the history. So when you sit here and you try to make excuses for a person, and again, knowing the history, you born and raised, I'm assuming you were born and raised in this country.
Stop making it deeper than what it is. You know that, man. Stop it already. Stop. You know him and you know he fucked up. Just say, if he's saying he's sorry, why as a man can you accept his apology?
Can you mute that fucking idiot?
Honestly, not today. I can't.
Well, you know what, bro?
Nope,
listen.
Not today. Not
well, you
today.
know what? I'm gonna let y'all have it because I'm not gonna sit here and go.
Not today.
First off,
not
Cap,
today.
Listen, today I can't. But Cap, let's not abuse the power now, Cap.
Tony man to man.
I can't even fucking believe you gave this fucking crackhead a goddamn mic a show in the first fucking place, Cap.
Well, Here we go.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, don't go anywhere because I want to talk to you, man to man. Okay, I do, and I want to talk to you and Tony. I'm pissed off that I fucking said that word. Can I take it back? No. I can't fucking take it back. So it is what it is. I went into our private chat right away, and they were saying, "Oh, Michael K," and I said, "No, it was me. Don't put this on anybody else. I fucked up. I take responsibility for it. It was fucking me."
I want to be clear.
Listen,
I want to be.
I mean, really.
I want to be clear. I'm not trying to, shift the blame on someone else. I am just upset with this fucking idiot for taking a position that he took, right? Knowing the history in this country surrounding that word with the black and white narrative, right? Anyway, I'll address him enough. So let me transition to Thomas. Let me circle back to Thomas real quick.
For life,
you can try to do that with me. It ain't gonna work.
Let me circle back to Thomas. I'm glad you feel that way, Thomas.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm glad you feel that way, Thomas, because there's a lot of people, right? And me being a black man, A, and B, primarily growing up, not born and raised, but primarily growing up a good portion of my life in the South. People that know me privately, I've shared certain things that I've experienced in regards to the black-white race narrative, right, in my lifetime. So forgive me if this topic, this issue, right, it's a little deeper than the average person. It hits me a little deeper. Forgive me, please. So at the end of the day, bro, Thomas, I don't know you personally, right? I know you from the internet panels, Twitter Spaces, and up until what I overheard today, I had somewhat of a favorable opinion of you, right? And again, I don't know you. I don't live with you, so I don't know you. My mom used to always tell us, you never know people until you live with them, right? So I don't know you on that level, but I've never seen you conduct yourself in the way that you conducted yourself today. So my position with you, and again, I am talking to you directly as a man, right? That to hear you say that and how easily that came out of your mouth, I'm sorry. As a black man, gone through the things that I've gone through in my lifetime, being primarily from the South, I'm sorry. I have experienced this exact very thing too many times in my lifetime to people that I have had personal relationships with that are white. And to come to find out, right, this issue, not the exact same situation, but similar, where all of a sudden this word comes out of their mouth in reference to people like me, people like that look like me, people of my color, right? And all of a sudden they say, well, oh, I've never used that word. It was a mistake, et cetera, et cetera. Please forgive me, bro. That don't amount to a hill of beans to me. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Again, I respect that you're up here on the panel. You're accepting accountability for how you conducted yourself. But at the end of the day, bro, I'm sorry. I've been around. I've seen how this movie ends. I've experienced too much in my lifetime, right? And again, to people that I've had personal relationships with, and to find out this is the language that they're using in their own houses, right? When me and my family come over to their house, right? We have get-togethers. We have, with the holidays, et cetera, 4th of July's, the whole nine. And then all of a sudden, under similar circumstances, this issue surfaces. So at the end of the day, bro, my opinion of people, and again, I don't know you. I can't sit up here and say definitively that you are a racist, but you are, how you conducted yourself today, it is giving off an extreme racist vibe. And I'll end on this. People like you, again, this is a perception. I'm not saying it's reality, but this is where, again, me from a distance are evaluating you right now as a man. Just like that clown, Josh Allen is the next John Elway, right? What did Cap Lewis, when we had Tony, when we had the personal conversation about that issue with him, right? On the show, what did I say? Those individuals are the most terrifying people in the world, because you project to the world that you are a certain way, right? That you are for equality, that you are, you don't harbor a racist bone in your body, you've never used the N-word, et cetera, et cetera. You project that to the world, but behind closed doors, right? You're a completely different individual in regards to this issue. So the fear comes in is when people like you, right, publicly are projecting something else, privately moving in a completely different light. What about you in a position of power where you have an opportunity to affect people's lives in terms of somebody coming, if you're in a position of authority at a company, right? And you have the power to affect people's lives in terms of like a person coming to you seeking employment, a black person, a minority, et cetera, et cetera. They come into your company, you as a supervisor, and you're sitting there interviewing these people. They could be perfectly qualified, right? But because of your personal biases, for whatever reason, against that particular persuasion, right, you automatically deny them, employment with that. This is just one example, but this is why I say people like, again, I'm not saying you are.
That's the quintessential definition of racism.
I am not saying you are, but the perception right now. Can you mute this clown? Can you mute this? Nobody's talking to you, Cap. Nobody's talking to you.
Cap4Life, he was addressing, Josh Allen is the next Elway in his perception of him. And I thought you were kind of saying
I relate to what he's saying.
Yeah, I get you on that. I got you, Cap. He was trying to add context to it, EM. I don't think.
I'm sorry, I was speaking out loud. Sorry, my bad.
You're good. You're good. I mean, I think we know this about Cap4Life. The thoughts come out of the mouth as they come into the brain. So I do have a couple people in the back Somebody I know.
Let me
that-
finish, Cap. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish.
That word came out way too smooth for him to say him.
So at the end of the day, Thomas, I don't know what you are as a man. I don't know you as a man. I don't have I've never had a personal conversation with you. I just know you from the internet, bro. But at the end of the day, I respect the fact that you're up here and accepting accountability. But at the end of the day, bro, listen, that just really that cut me deep when I heard that. I was like, this is and again, all the other minorities that was in that Twitter space, y'all just let the shit happen. We'll address that at a later date, right? But I'm sorry, I don't accept you. Listen, you can apologize, Thomas, but this has dramatically affected how I'm going to, engage with you in the future, because I'm sorry, bro. I seen how this movie ends, and that there is no excuse. I don't give a fuck if you was trying to do whatever your excuse is. There is no reason for a white man to get it. Why would you even, as a white man, be in a position that you, knowing the history of that word, right? Why would you even want to think you want to, get that in your mind that you want to use that word on a public platform where there's nothing but blacks, minorities, in a fucking Twitter space, and for you to think it's okay. And I'm not saying that was you, but I'm just saying in general. But no, I'm sorry. Respect to you for being up here, accepting accountability as a man of your actions. But at the end of the day, bro, that I've seen how this movie ends. I've been experienced many, we can talk for hours of how many things that I've been exposed to in my lifetime in regards to the black-white race narrative. So at the end of the day, bro, salute to you, man. I hope this is, your justification for saying that word. I hope it remains there. I hope it's not anything deeper. But at the end of the day, though, bro, how I interact with you, I can't speak for anybody else. How I interact with you in the future, it's going to be, dramatically altered.
I appreciate that, EM, and I understand your perception of me now. And like I said, there's no excuse for it. I said it. I was paraphrasing Lou, and it's no excuse. I mean, I hear hear that phrase all the time in there, and I repeated it, but I repeated it, and I don't use that word that often. And either way, I should use the word period. The whole ass. I'm not even using that no more. I'm trying to, fit in a little bit with you guys and, have some fun or whatever, but it wasn't said to be cute. If you go back and listen to what I said, I was defending Lou that he was saying, for you guys that don't like how, if the shoe fits for what I'm saying to you guys, then you perceive it that way. And I was just repeating what he said. I wasn't saying anything, adding anything to the conversation, but paraphrasing what he said. And that's exactly what happened in that situation. Again, if I'm racist, why would I be hanging in these spaces that are predominantly black? The private spaces I'm in on X are predominantly black. If I was racist, why the hell would I be there? I mean, it makes no sense, but I understand your perception. I respect your opinion of me moving forward. I respect Tony's opinion of me moving forward. I'm not going to change your opinion, but I'm a man. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to face it head on, and it is what it is. And if you guys want to ban me from all this shit, that's it's your provocative to do, I guess. But it's not how I fucking roll. That's not the way I move. I'm not in a position of any power. I'm retired. I'm 60 years old. I got guys that want to kick my ass now. Next time I show up at a tailgate, it's.
Well, I want to be clear about that, right? That is not my position, Thomas. You don't ever have to worry about me if we ever cross paths. Me putting my hands on you, or anything of that nature. I don't harbor those type of issues with you because you haven't harmed me. You didn't address me in that manner. So you don't have to worry about EM Dolphin fan right, wanting to put his hands on you or trying to turn this situation to a physical situation. Nah, I'm not on that. These other idiots in the community, whatever, I don't know what you got going on with them. That's between you and them. But as far as I'm concerned, no, you don't have to worry about that.
And I respect that. Yeah. And,
Well,
I mean, if you don't want to talk,
Well, to answer KP's question, that's happening already,
I
KP.
understand that too, EM. I mean, you're going to do what you have to do, man. And, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what else to fucking say, man.
I'm gonna try to get
real quick, Cap. Let me hop in this goddamn chat real quick before we move forward. We got a lot of idiots in this fucking chat, bro.
I got a couple people in back that I'm gonna start bringing up, and I might have to put a rotation.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Cap. My bad. Go ahead.
It's okay. I want you to address chat because I feel like chat has been very active and is calling out a lot of stuff, and I'm gonna let you do that. And I figure Cap4Life might wants to address some of the chat too. I will say this.
No Aaron Jones. Nobody's talking about Tua, goddammit.
There's a
some of the shit in the chat too where it's their issue. No, it's my issue. I'm taking full responsibility for this shit. No, it's not their fucking issue. It's my fucking issue. Okay.
Damn. Well, he's standing tall at least, not for nothing, and he's not running and hiding. And Tony, EM, Crypto, I feel like at least, look, for those who run and hide, there's zero respect, right? At least Thomas, for lack of a better term, hat in hand, trying to, I don't know, make some form of amends, I guess, I would say. I don't know. Look, again, I'm nobody to speak on the plight of the black man. I'm not. I'd be if not as so bold to understand the grievances and the suffering that has plagued, the just upbringing, bro. Bottom line, and I would never tell someone how to feel about anything, much less something so sensitive that I have no ability to see through that lens, right? I do always hope for forgiveness, right? I'm not ever telling anyone to forgive or forget or whatever, but I've been listening to Thomas for a long time, and I get where it kind of blindsides you a little bit, EM, and I'm not saying I vouch for Thomas, but I gotta imagine Thomas is extremely sorry, and I feel like he's expressing that the best way he can, right? So I'm not telling how anyone should feel, but I'm just my perception for the thing that I'm witnessing now and before and during and all that stuff. It's crazy, and that's kind of a little bit of it, right? I do have somebody in backstage that's been wanting to get up. I'm bringing him up now. Josh Allen is the next Elway. I seen you in chat. Go ahead. I know you had a couple things to say, Josh Allen, but you might, I know EM has a couple things he wants to say to you as well. It's probably Tony. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, this is what's so bizarre about this conversation, because EM made a statement. Now, I respect EM as a man when we talk football, but the politics we couldn't disagree more on. When he said people like this, quote unquote, people like this are the most dangerous, right? The people that are the most dangerous with their politics are the people that want to censor a whole race of people because of offensive speech. That's literally cultural Marxism 101. It applies to race. It applies to different political factions. It applies to different economic factions. In communist China during the revolution, they would take political dissidents and do a struggle session.
They also did that in the Third Reich, so stop the fucking nonsense.
Exactly. So why did they do that in the Third Reich? Why did they do that in the Third Reich?
Because they was fascist idiots.
What is a fascist? What is a fascist, Crypto?
You tell me.
Okay, no, this is the problem. People use words like fascist.
And you using social Marxism, and you using fucking social Marxism loosely too, goddammit, because that ain't got nothing to do with the equitable distribution of somebody's money.
Here's the
You
problem.
tell me what Marxism is.
Here is the problem.
That has
Crypto.
nothing to do with the distribution of wealth or class.
Yes, it does. They use
So it doesn't.
Cultural Marxism can
Taking
apply.
away somebody's fucking speech has nothing to do with the equitable distribution of wealth. That's what Marxism is. So stop the fucking cap.
It can apply to race too, because this is
I ain't buying that bullshit from you today. I'm not buying that bullshit from you today.
Say the word racism.
Strom Thurmond, I'm not buying that shit from you.
Racism is
I'm not finna sit up here and be gaslighted by a son of a fucking Klansman. I'm not going through this with you. I am not going through this with you because it's not. You misusing the goddamn word and you don't know what the fuck it means. So stop this fucking bullshit.
You see what I mean by danger?
I'm not finna sit up here with this David Duke coming up here with a fucking on a fucking white knight, and I'm not having it from you. I'm not having it from you. Don't fucking give me this bullshit. Yeah, you want to take the heat off Thomas today. I feel your mission today because you're the true racist. You're the true one. Now, because you're the true one. That's what it is. That's what you want to do.
Exactly.
That's what you want to do. You want to come up here and take the heat off Thomas. Congratulations, you did it, motherfucker. Because I got fucking time. You did it, motherfucker. I got motherfucking time. You're not finna sit up here and gaslight nobody about what the fuck Marxism is. First of all, it's a fucking economic philosophy. It's an economic philosophy. It has nothing to do with government sanction of speech. And sanction of fucking speech, you dumb fuck. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, David Duke. That's what the fuck you are. That's what the fuck you are, David Duke. That's what you are.
You want to call people
David
racist?
Duke. That's what you are.
For political power.
That's who you are. You trying to convince my people that fucking a white gene is more than a fucking black gene. That's some smart gene. That you're superior. You out there spewing this fucking nonsense that that's some kind of superiority gene. That's what you did 2 weeks ago. That's what the fuck you did 2 weeks ago.
And you have the nerve to come up
trying
here.
To say that there's a fucking superiority gene when it comes to fucking knowledge. Get the
and
fuck
you
out
have
of
the
here.
audacity to come up here and try to justify what this man said.
Nothing from you.
Being so close to how you acted a goddamn fool on that show 2 weeks ago, and you are coming up here trying to bro, you are completely exposed right now. Absolutely exposed right now.
I'm exposed to being.
He's coming up here to fucking cap. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he's trying to do.
I'm not ashamed of being white.
David Duke motherfucker trying to fucking cap.
This has nothing
and you
to
wanna
be.
Know what? You don't have to burn a cross. You don't have to burn a cross in my fucking yard for me to detect who you are. I already know who you are. You fully exposed.
Who's trying to shame you for being white, bro?
Gene.
Who's trying to shame? Who's trying to make? Bro, who's trying to shame you for being white?
Saying certain.
That's what you're trying to do.
Who's trying to shame you for you being proud of your ethnicity?
Yeah, you're
no, motherfucker. You're going to explain to me. Give me the goddamn data of that superiority gene you said whites have over blacks and every other fucking race.
So
give me the
I'm
fucking
here.
evidence. Until you bring me that goddamn scientific data showing me that superiority gene that you talked about 2 weeks of fucking go, then you ain't got shit to fucking say.
Hang on,
Are we
Crypto.
going to talk about the N-word or are we going to talk about race and IQ? Which one is it?
So we're up here. So can we agree with how the things that he said in that face?
Were they wrong? Son of a
Hang on, Crypto. Hang on. So you mean to tell me, Josh Allen, that how he conducted himself, you don't have a problem with that?
No, it's what's going on here. This is what's going on.
I asked you a yes or no question.
Crypto, EM, you got to let me answer.
Okay, I asked you a yes or no question.
Fundamentally anti-white to say a whole race of people can't say offensive speech. That's what it is. Now, if me and you were in person and we were having
the fucking context of that goddamn word, that's fucking different.
Well, hold on, Crypto. I want to hear him explain.
He's breaking up. He's breaking up. I can't make out what he's saying.
Go ahead, Josh Allen.
Yeah, man.
You talk. I want to hear.
He's breaking up. I can't hear him, bro.
Yeah,
Can you hear
he's
me?
breaking up. God don't fucking like
I
ugly.
think 2-and-on game for him.
Oh shit, Sharif creeped into the building as well. I know Sharif had some stuff he had to say.
Sharif,
Josh Allen, go
Sharif,
ahead and
no rushing talk today. Okay, we're politically based today. Okay.
apparently it's really taken a very political turn, which is why we've turned off the monetization on YouTube. Because it's not gonna get Josh Allen, why don't you might wanna, if you have a connected to Wi-Fi, maybe disconnect from the Wi-Fi or
What government sanctioned his goddamn speech?
No, that's what you're saying, Crypto. You're saying
But that has nothing to do. That's a government power. That's a government function if you're going to do it. First of all, a private corporation can sanction speech. Your protection against free speech is from a government, not from a private corporation, you dumb fuck, or another private individual.
I would say,
shut the fuck up and know what the fuck you're talking about.
If I may, I would say free speech. Hold on a second, Josh Allen. I would say free speech is only protected by the populace, because if a government can have its way, it'll take that away from you. It's not. It's
right. Well, the government ain't taking away nobody's free speech. That's when you can petition the government if they're taking away your free speech.
They can and they do, and that's for sure.
Yes, they are.
When did it happen? Where's the fucking? Give me the freaking evidence that somebody's been jailed because of it. That a government fucking jailed about it. Give me the evidence. Give me the goddamn evidence of this fucking superiority gene that you talked about that whites have over every other fucking group of people on this planet. So I ain't got shit to talk to you about nothing until you come up with that hard evidence about that bullshit fucking David Duke talking point that you fucking spewed over the last couple of weeks.
We're not talking about race and IQ. We're talking about speech.
No, you're trying to escape, because until you can get to that and put your fucking finger on that, you have shit to say when it comes to this topic.
They just put a person in prison.
You're fucking uncredible. You have no fucking credibility is fucking shot.
Hang on, Crypto.
Credibility is shot.
So I'm still trying to figure out why you feel like I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to get him to feel some type of way about his skin color. How the fuck? How can you possibly get that from the point that I was making?
You and Tony just said it. You said that white man shouldn't say that word. You're saying
absolutely. Is that not a fucking opinion?
No,
so we can't have our opinion.
You can have that opinion. I disagree with it.
Well,
again,
you too. What you mean? Nobody. You can't tell us how to feel about what we hear motherfuckers say.
You have not walked a day in our shoes.
I don't even know how the fuck you up here. Like
I know, bro. Like 100%.
Tony, you can't tell white people what offensive speech they can say.
I can tell a motherfucker whatever the fuck I want. I said I don't fuck with him. You can't tell me what the fuck I can't say. Who the fuck are you? I don't even fucking know you.
How can you tell somebody how they gonna feel?
You think you went to tell me what the fuck I can say? Get the fuck out of here.
Tony, I can say
what the fuck I want, bro. Listen, if anybody don't like what I say, right? You can come see me and I'll tell you what the fuck I want. And if you don't like it, guess what? I don't mind punching you in your fucking mouth. But you ain't gonna tell me what the fuck I don't. I can't tell nobody.
I definitely approve that message.
How
I definitely approve that
around me. If I don't like the way you act,
I absolutely approve that message.
So I don't know who the fuck you been hanging around
right now.
Who you been talking to?
Just got drugged out of this freaking hole and got brought right back up here to freaking Cake for Thomas. Now this is the identity of a fucking true racist right here.
These are the most dangerous people in the world. These are why when these people get in positions of power, right? When people like this individual right here, they are in a position of authority, or they are in a position of power where they can affect lives, right? These are the most terrifying people in the fucking world.
White people into not assert themselves politically. That's what the purpose of the word racism means. That's why you say, don't say this word. That's the ugly word. Don't say that, white people. No, that's not how it works. You don't get to tell white people
because how y'all use that word over fucking time. What the fuck are you talking about?
What? Who cares?
That word was subjugative, you dumb fuck.
Words are subjugative.
It means something, not the words that are said.
You using that motherfucker.
Are literally meaningless You're right about the perceived actions and perceived biases that exist. They exist in hiring, they exist in school admissions, they exist in multitudes of areas of society. The bottom line is that white people do not have the right to use the N-word. Matter of fact, black people do not have the right to use the N-word.
Any group,
It's an offensive.
We can use it against each other.
word.
Yes, we can.
Any group can use any word they want. That is the point.
Not without.
Okay, you can use it. It will be freaking.
Not without consequence. Now, I dare you to use that word around me.
Consequence, yeah, without hurting someone.
I dare you.
Because the
I
way a
dare
white
you
person
to
uses it
use
to
that
a
word
black
around me.
person
Anybody,
is totally
anybody,
different
I
from when
dare
a
you.
black person uses it against
guarantee
other
you he would
minorities.
not even
So
be
stop
talking like
that
this if he
shit.
was face to face with any one of us. He's just saying that because he's on a
You know
fucking social media
goddamn well
platform and nobody can
that
do
when
nothing
black
about him.
people
But
use,
I
when we use
guarantee
it
you,
against other
if you
minorities,
was
it's a
face to
totally
face,
different
you wouldn't
context
even
to
mention
when
this.
a,
You wouldn't even
a
want to get in
white
this
person
conversation.
is using it to a minority. You know it's different. You got fucking selective stupidity is what you got. Not only selective amnesia, you got selective ignorance and stupidity.
Who are you speaking to, by the way?
That fucking Klansman. John is the Josh Elway.
Word again. There's the
fucking
shame.
David Duke.
There's the shame word. White people don't have to feel bad about their race.
Shame word.
Feel bad about offensive speech.
That's something you want to be walking on saying about being fucking
What
David
the
Duke.
fuck? See, this the
What is he
hang on, real
talking
quick,
about?
if I may. Let me
Like,
get
that
this floor
nigga
real
trying
quick.
to
Hang on,
switch
real
the
quick.
narrative. You trying to
If
play?
you
like,
feel
no,
shame
what does
for
this?
being like David
The
Duke,
fuck,
then that's your
what the
fucking
fuck
problem.
do this got anything to do with white people being ashamed of being white? It ain't got
Exactly, bro.
nothing to do with the
Exactly.
situation. Get the
Exactly.
fuck off the panel. Why is he up here, bro?
White people have the right to offensive speech.
Bro, white people can say whatever the fuck
Yeah,
they
they
want,
can
but
say
what
what
they
they
got to do with
want,
this
but there's going to be a
situation?
consequence and a
What the fuck
backlash.
do that have to do with this
Doesn't mean
situation?
they can't say it without a backlash from a minority group when they use it when it's used against them. That's what the part you don't get, you numbnut. That's the part you don't get.
You can have whatever backlash you want, but you don't have a right to tell
Well, then
legend.
shut the fuck up, then.
Dude, that's what hate speech laws are. That's exactly what hate speech laws
No,
are.
it's
And you
not.
literally condone a hate speech. So what the fuck are you talking about?
The hate speech is subjective, Tony. That's
now
the
it's
problem.
subjective, but you just said people can say whatever the fuck they want. And then
Yes,
you're going to say that's what hate speech is all about.
Okay, have
Which one
at it.
is
Go
it?
ahead and say we already
That's
know you
fucking
want to
crazy.
use the N word.
And real quick,
We already know you want to
hang on,
use
hang
it.
on,
So
hang on, crypto, hang on.
damn Thomas using that
fact of the
goddamn
matter
word. We
is,
already
though,
know it's in your
hang
fucking
on.
soul.
Hang on.
We already know it's a
Crypto.
part of your soul.
Crypto, hold on, Crypto.
And so, and also, this Thomas is up here acknowledging, right, how he, what he said was wrong. He acknowledged that. He's accepting accountability for it.
Absolutely.
So why the fuck are you sitting up here, right? And again, I don't know how why are you coming to the conclusion we're trying to get him to feel a way about his race, bro? The man, hang on, real quick.
He don't want Thomas to be remorseful
Hang
for
on,
making the
crypto.
mistake he made.
Goddamn, hang on. That man was in a space, right? And he said something that was inappropriate that he acknowledged in the story. In the story. I don't understand why. I don't understand why.
Because it's a double standard, and it's a double
No,
standard.
it's not a fucking double standard.
No,
It's not.
Not when it comes to that particular vernacular.
It's not a
Stop
double
it.
standard.
So why y'all got this man up here, bro? I don't even know why he still got a mic, bro.
Just like they put that guy in prison who made that meme on Twitter about voting on a different day, right? That is quote unquote was offensive speech because it was making fun of black people. They put him in prison for it.
Let me. Oh shit! Hey,
Are
y'all.
you talking
Hey,
about?
Lou, you see that chat, bro? Lou, you see that chat?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, okay.
Which chat? Point it out, because
an old friend, right? An old friend.
Yeah, I tried dropping a link, but we're full backstage. Andy and Mr. Polk. Mr. Polk, I certainly want you to come up because
I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna come back up. You need space.
We need space, but Cap, you can't leave. This is your fucking. Oh shit, Cap left. So we got some space. Michael K's in the back. Michael K, I say sit this one out, buddy. I say sit this one out.
Fuck, man.
No, he's probably going to chew out Josh Allen. That's probably what he's going to do.
Supposed to be Caps tonight, and now it's all fucking.
I just want to point a little bit out here. There is distinctions, and Josh Allen. I feel like you're kind of missing the point of a little bit of things here. On look, say what you will, but expect consequences of saying such things at times, right? And look, look.
Exactly, there's a consequence to it. But
if
you don't understand about that,
it's kind of like this. Here's the best way I could put it, right?
He think we trying to ban the whole fucking English language. That's what he's trying to portray.
I don't
say you fucking can't speak the whole English language.
He's clearly comfortable with people saying
I know.
that shit.
I'm gonna bring him up.
No. Before you do that, Cap. Before you do that, I don't understand what. I don't understand. I don't understand why this is.
Goddamn well when black people use it against each other. When a white man uses it to a black man.
What's up?
I don't understand.
Crypto, slow up, dog. Slow up. I know your turn.
I don't understand. I want to reiterate. I don't understand where the debate is here, right? Thomas admitted he was wrong, right? He requested to speak to me. He requested to speak to Tony. This was a conversation between three men, right? Why is this turned into a fucking debate?
Well, again, listen, I feel
because fucking Strom Thurmond's son came up here and tried to justify his recklessness.
Listen, EM Tony, I completely
hold on. Again, I want to hold on, Thomas, because I just want to say something real quick. I just want to explain it in terms that when you say you could say whatever you want, you're not wrong, but you should understand that there's consequence. And I'll put it in an easier term that might land home for some people that aren't understanding the lines that they're crossing. You call your wife, sweetie, baby, these types of, pet name things. You wouldn't randomly call a woman, or even one of your friendly women friends, like a work woman friend or something like, you wouldn't say those terms to them because of the uncomfortability, and it's crossing the line. And to that effect, when we're talking about what words you're going to cross the line with other cultures, there's plenty you can't say. Not saying you won't say it and that, someone should throw somebody in jail. Just don't act ignorant to the fact that this is the response and reaction you're going to get.
LCAP, you're arguing against something I didn't say. I'm not saying that if me and Ian were like hanging out at a tailgate and I said, "Hey, N-word," of course not. That's retarded. That's retarded as hell.
But that right there is fucking retarded in saying that. So again, all these motherfuckers up here on this panel wanted to fucking give me shit. Yet the funny thing is the godfather of my fucking children is fucking black, and he called all y'all a bunch of fucking pussy ass bitches. Why? Because again, when somebody gives relegation to say something in the way that they feel, again, you guys use it as a term of endearment. So again, in the same aspect, the individuals that are allowed to say that because of their propensity, because of the way that they do things, again, now, if you want to say, you walk up to some random black person and say that, that's a different story. That is a completely different story.
But that's what this fucking Klansman is advocating. That's what this motherfucking David Duke is talking about. That's what he's fucking talking about.
White people just like black people have a right to offensive speech. Cracker, white people have a right to offensive speech.
Nobody's fucking disputing that. This is America, right? We have freedom. We acknowledge we have freedom. We acknowledge we have freedom of speech, bro.
There are laws on the books.
We acknowledge that.
There are laws on the books.
How is that relative to the top again? How is that relative to the point of a man self-admittedly, right, stated that he was wrong for the way that he conducted himself. He wanted to talk to me. He wanted to address Tony. End of fucking story. Why is it? Where's the debate here?
Well, the funny thing is because 2 years ago, y'all fuckers wanted to call me out. But again, you don't know shit about me. I'm Venezuelan. I'm not fucking white. Lewis's bitch ass called me a fucking white person on this very fucking show. So you need to fucking step carefully. Step fucking carefully. You can't be hypocritical. You need to fucking, if you're going to have your actions, Have your actions be consistent. Don't fucking play the victim and then fucking turn around and go, oh, no, it's cool. Oh, blah, blah. No. Be
Who's
fucking
fucking
consistent.
arguing about a South American not being able to use the fucking word to begin with? So that's neither here nor there.
Now, hold on, Crypto. Can I respond real quick?
Yeah, buddy, because I got that fucking receipt and I got the videos, baby.
One at a time.
All right, well, that's a cool story. You see how I didn't cut you off not one time. And let me be very clear. You ain't nothing but a bitch. Right?
So are you, you
Straight
fucking
up.
pussy fag. Fuck you. All you do is talk about how big and bad you are. You ain't doing shit, bro.
Now that
Talk.
Again, you see,
That's
I'm not in the
offensive, dude.
business. I'm not in the business. I'm not in the business of screaming over people, right? When
All
I
you
first made
fucking
my
do is
appearance-
scream over people, bro. We got fucking countless shows of you doing it. Now you want to play the fucking authority. Go fuck yourself, bro. You're a bitch like the rest of them, bro.
The word bitch is offensive towards women, Lewis.
Hey, Josh Allen, I don't really need your fucking opinion right now. Like I said, I'm not gonna sit.
Bitch is offensive towards women, Lewis. You shouldn't say that word.
Hey, can you shut your bitch ass up?
Say, oh, that's offensive towards women.
No, it's hypocritical. He can say whatever he wants. He'll play the victim when he wants.
Are you a fucking female?
not hypocritical
Are
to
you a
all
fucking female?
Hey, are you a female?
Cap, can you put these fucking idiots in the back?
I know the way you
real quick so I
move.
can
I mean,
address-
you
so
give
I
off
can
female
address-
tendencies, but are you a fucking female?
My name was called real quick. Again, I'm not into the calling and screaming over people. That's cool. Now, just to address certain things, because again, the tough talk, I'm a tough guy, fake tough guy, this and that. Now, I believe it was you the first time me and your fucking racists had a conversation. You were the one saying when we were talking about a meet and greet, or you have, didn't you say that your people, your parents are cops, and that you have eyes on you all the time at the tailgate? That wasn't me. See, you come out here with your drunk fucking racist ass, calling and talking shit and calling people and talking over people and doing all the shit you do. And then when I pressed you on it, right, the first thing that came out of your mouth, my people are cops. You might want to watch how you move. Fuck you. Fuck
You might want to recheck yourself and go rewatch it. Because again, the drunk fucking high ass that you are, you don't even remember. And again, this is where again, you a black dude who smokes weed and don't do shit with your life because you a bitch. Just like the rest of them. Just like the rest of them, baby. Just like the rest of them, baby. Just like the rest of them. You fucking give black people a bad name, brother. You give black people a bad name because you're stereotypical.
Did you beat your wife in one of your drunk rages? Yes or no? Did you put your hands on your wife?
Nope, not a single fucking time. But again, you want to go out and you want to fucking, hey, you better watch carefully, brother. Keep running your mouth live on air, baby. Keep running your mouth live on fucking air, baby. You're fucking lawyer. Oh, wait, you're black. You ain't got one. Oh, wait, you got a criminal lawyer, not a civil one. Let's go.
Well, that was uncalled for.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's uncalled for when you want to bring up people's fucking family and kids when all this conversation was about the fact that you wanted to fucking be hypocritical. But you can't take that. You can't fucking take that.
Please explain to me how.
A bunch of bitches, dog. That's why I don't come on this show. A bunch of
hang on real quick, CT.
Jeez.
Hang on real quick.
This is ridiculous.
Hang on. Did he leave?
This is permission culture. People getting permission to be racist. There we go. They want to cry and bitch about cancel culture. They want permission culture and not have a repercussions of it. They don't have the ramifications.
My phone.
Permission culture. Permission to be racist, sir.
Hold on, crypto. Real quick, crypto, because my earbud died. I had to switch. Right? Hold on, real fucking quick. Can we address what this fucking racist said earlier? Cap, I'm going to send you the screenshot. Hopefully you can put it up.
There's the boogeyman word again.
Hey, Josh Allen, shut the fuck up. So
You might want to sit this one out, Josh Allen.
this racist fuck CT earlier in the goddamn chat, this same very chat in this conversation we're having, this racist fuck put, all you black bitches are fucking crying like some bitches. Hey, so, hey, Josh Allen, since you said that bitch is an offensive word, one of your niggas, right? One of your niggas came out and said, oh, why these black bitches up here crying?
Where's the fucking outcry?
Where's your energy? Where the outcry at for that?
Where's the outcry?
It is.
Where's the fucking outcry?
Outcry for what?
What's that?
What is the outcry?
He just said bitch niggas.
He
Bitch
said black
people.
bitches. Is that not? That's appropriate behavior from a what? For anybody, but a white man?
No,
That's appropriate.
Your political persuasion. I don't care about those censoring people for offensive speech. Your political persuasion wants people to be censored for gay slurs, all kinds of slurs. And there are hate speech laws. For instance, Ian, if hold on, Ian, if me and you were drunk, right, and we got into a bar fight or we got in a fight at the tailgate, and even if I didn't say it, but somebody said, yeah, he said the N-word, right? They can put me in prison for a lot longer for saying it was offensive speech in some states. I am against it. And so here's the point. It's not about going up.
Give me the fucking statute. Where's the fucking
We are aware of what, bro. We are aware of our laws in this country, bro. Like, why do you keep trying to bring that up? We understand, right? We understand the culture that we live in, but the issue is that the fact that you come up here and again, hang on, real quick.
Trumpian judge is going to allow that to stand anyway. So stop the fucking nonsense.
You're addressing a false narrative. So if because you fought me because I was black, then that becomes a hate crime. But if you and I get in a fight and not just because we don't like each other or you stepped on my shoes and you call me the N-word, that is not a hate crime. Stop thinking people are stupid, man.
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong.
He's twisting it. He's twisting the bullshit is there. And he know goddamn well all them federal and appellate court judges that Donald Trump appointed over the last several years when he was in office ain't gonna let that shit stand to begin with. So white supremacy reigns supreme.
And watch this shit. Any black man on this panel, and that includes you too, Lewis, because you black. Any black man on this panel ever call another black man the N-word and meant it to hurt them? That use of the word meant for it to hurt?
Yes, it happens all the time.
I said black man.
No.
Have you ever said to another black man that like, go ahead on N-word? Did you say the N-word to hurt him?
To a black school, dude. And all the time, black people get in fights and call each other the N-word.
Stupid. A black man will never fight another black man because he called him the N-word. Boy,
exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
People have called each other the N-word in all kinds of different ways, dude.
No, they're not fighting over the fact of the use of the N-word, dumbass.
Fights every day.
But it's not
over the N-word, dumbass.
The N-word. What the fuck do you don't understand?
People disagree on the N-word.
That has nothing to do with them fighting over using the N-word. Nothing to do with that. You're completely avoiding the fucking
responsibility. The responsibility for defeating these racist white supremacists falls on so-called white people, right? As long as you allow these fucking racists to fucking have a platform, then you are part of the problem. Right now, it's on you white people who want to think of yourselves as good people to fucking police these racist KKK dumbass motherfuckers like Josh Allen, who's a self-admitted racist. He's a racist. He believes that there's a genetic difference between white people and black people. He believes that the genetic difference makes white people superior to blacks. He has said this openly and avowedly. So I'm calling on you, Cap, El Capitan. You know my respect for you. You know my respect for you because of the platform that you've established and your ability to allow us to do.
He admittedly saying it's a superior.
That's fine. But the point is, once you admit to being a true racist, then the responsibility falls on you, El Capitan, to ban that motherfucker. And if he sees me in the street, I will do more than ban that motherfucker because history has taught us a lesson. And I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this. When motherfuckers are racist at their core, History shows us the only thing to do with them is to kill those motherfuckers. History did this. This is what we did to the Germans in Nazi Germany, and I will kill your motherfucking racist ass again. Why? Because you believe in anti-humanity. You believe no. You believe in anti-humanity. You believe, and if you declare yourself superior to me, you got to prove it, motherfucker. You got to prove it, and I will not allow you or anybody else to posture like you are something better than me in any domain. Intelligence, physicality, culturally, socially. I dare you.
Financially.
You come to me and I will put your ass in the dirt because it's the only place your kind belongs. This is Corey Castina.
Some news that you may not know, Josh Allen. This might rock you to your soul. This shit right here might rock you to your soul. Michelle Obama is more successful than all of your superior ass relatives in your America.
But what does that have to do with anything I'm saying, Big Nick?
It says you got to die, Josh Allen, for being a racist asshole. Yes.
This is what racism is code word for.
No. I don't care what it's code for. I'm talking about what you believe in. What you believe in is beyond the definition. That is true. You believe that you're a superior human being on this planet genetically. That ideology, you call it racism, you call it whatever you want to call it. That is called being an anti-human. That means you're against humanity. That means you believe you're an alien species here to eliminate me. And I have the right to self-defense, and I will put you down. Once I know that that's what you truly believe, I have a right to defend myself and my humanity. And you are a walking, living threat to that.
That's what they did, Ahmaud
That's what you
Arbery.
are.
Damn.
That's what you are.
Ahmaud Arbery.
That's what you are. If you're a Klansman, you don't just get to live around me peacefully. If you're a Klansman, you're not going to threaten my kids. You're not going to threaten my grandkids. You're not going to threaten my great-grandkids who I don't know. You're not going to be around me and do that. And I will take matters into my own hands. This is what history has taught me. I'm not playing games with people like you anymore. You're not going to trick me by bringing me your goddamn Bible to take my land. You're not going to castrate me no more. You're not going to cut off my limbs no more. No, I'm not giving you the chance.
KP preaching right now, dog. I don't give a
That's exactly what Dylan Roof did. Dylan Roof did that exact same thing. Dylan Roof felt people were a threat to him. Dylan Roof felt people were a threat to him, so he took action.
Hold on a second, Big Nick. Josh Allen, I really just want you to hear how people are reacting to what you think is so. I hear this nonchalantness to it, as if it really, when KP says superiority, the way you look in humanity in a humane way, he's appealing with his humanity to you, and how you just brushed it off. It literally, you pontificated his point for him on your reaction to how he spoke to you just now. You literally put yourself on a higher shelf and say, see, this is what they do. And I was like, holy fuck, man. It was nasty. I had to take you off, Josh Allen. And KP, when you say it befalls on me, I understand what you're saying, buddy. I know what you mean. But I don't like anything to be and fester either. And for that to be around and hide, I'm here in the dark with the flashlight. That's it.
My respect for you, right? And that's why I had to address. That's why I had to say what I had to say. Absolutely. Because ultimately, the only thing that a black man, a so-called black man, and I have my own views on race and that word, right?
Oh yeah, no, I know you. And
that's why I express myself that way. Because once you allow somebody like that to get a platform, I have no choice. I am that person's declared opposite. He has only one use for me, and that is to exploit people like me until I die. He wants to squeeze what he can out of me and eliminate me and get another one like me. This is the reality of the ideology he espouses. I have no choice. Once he declares himself, I have no choice as a person being labeled as such, but to fight for my life. And that's what I want to make clear to him. This is not to be played with. And I hope, and again, this is where I may make some enemies of my so-called black brothers here, because we play with fire when we go on these public platforms and we liberally use that word. We're daring people to jump into this game. We're posturing for a fight. I'm down for the fight. But are we really
You
conscious
use what
of
word? You use what word?
when we
KP, the
use
N
the
word?
N-word? I have policed myself on
Well,
not using the word. If
I
it's me, and
respectfully
you,
got to disagree there, my friend.
I understand, Ian, but if it's me, you, crypto in a room, and we're using the N-word amongst each other, that's one thing, right? But when
But
we
can I
go
tell you why I
on
don't feel the same way, KP? Can I
again,
tell you why I don't feel the same way? It's
yes, of
because
course,
I
sir.
understand the true history of that word, and just like a lot of other words, once they got hold to it, they kind of fuck with the syllables a little
Okay,
bit.
we can
So
go
we
back
don't
to
say it in the
negus,
intent that
nagas. We can go back there.
they said. We
I
don't
know the
say it
true
in the
history
intent.
of
We
the
say it
word
in the
too,
intent that it
Big
was
Nick.
originally intended for our
Okay,
people.
I
Well,
understand,
yeah, I
but
don't think
that
anyone's going to
doesn't.
argue the origins of the
Yeah,
word,
again,
Nick.
I understand the argument, Big Nick, but we don't. We got to go back to how it's been programmed into our social consciousness in America, and it is like playing with fire. Fire is powerful, right?
That's
It is
not our
powerful.
responsibility. That is
I
not our
agree.
responsibility.
I
Because we
agree,
don't
but
share that
I'm
power.
not.
We
I
don't
don't
share
disagree with you. I don't disagree with you.
Well, hold on, Big Nick.
influence.
If I may, KP, Big Nick, I think what KP's kind of expressing is a trying to meet to the middle a little bit,
Right.
right?
Absolutely.
It's a really
there is no
forward.
middle.
I know, Big
Yeah.
Nick, but I'm just telling you a little bit. I'm just hearing it this way.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay,
But
Big
no,
Nick, I don't
but see
disagree
what
with you.
KP is missing, and I love you. Everything you said, KP, I've been right
Yeah.
behind you 100%. You know, even though some of it was your opinion, and I can't
It
publicly.
is my opinion. It is my opinion. That's all it
I
is.
have to just say that was your opinion.
Yes, sir.
However, what I'm saying is the reason I don't like to have these arguments is because you're missing one vital ingredient, and that's intent. We don't share the same intent. And so if I don't share the intent, I have no reason to meet you in the middle on your shit when you only fucking want to share that intent. I have no responsibility in that.
Okay, I don't disagree with you at all, Big Nick. I agree. It's our prerogative. It's our right, to use the word that's been maligning us, that's been reversed, transmogrified, all that against us, right? I got that. But I'm just saying that when we meet in a social platform,
but we don't use that word. You don't say hard R. You don't say ER, never.
We've been using it on social platforms.
No,
it's
we never use
used.
that word. When the last time you used NIGGER? Or do you use NIGGA?
I don't think I've ever heard a black person, and that's the God honest truth. I have never heard a black person say nigger.
Even when you watch.
It's a
Even when you watch black
semantic. It's a
exploitation, when you watch
semantic
old movies,
argument that's bullshit, in my opinion.
that's not a
It's
semantic
semantic
argument.
bullshit.
It's
It
not.
is. And listen, I already admitted you're going to disagree with me on this, right? And it's fine. I'm probably not going to change one person's mind. But I'm just saying, from where I come from, it's a bullshit ass argument. The ER and A distinction, right? And what we do when we use it.
Country music.
Okay, I'm trying to finish. What we do when we use it in public, when we do it in public, right? We are inviting this contest. We're inviting this contestation of the word. And we need to be more tactful. And we need to be more tactful. Why? Because if we keep it real about our relative position in society, socially, politically, with wealth, we are not collectively ready for this fight.
Nick, let him
We
land.
are not collectively ready for this fight, Big Nick. We think we do, and we posture. We've taken that posture because of the successes we had in the civil rights movement and black power movement and shaming white America into stopping their usage of the word. Since then, we got comfortable and we got privileged. Me, you, EM, we are products of the time in which we are born, and where we have become privileged with our ability to be the freest black people ever to exist in the United States of America up to this point, right? And what I am telling you is that we are playing with social and cultural fire right now when we invite others into this party. And this is why, me personally, a couple times I've been on shows, Twitter, YouTube, where I have suggested we ought not to use the word, and people have disagreed with me. Tony disagreed with me. EM, I think you disagreed with me previously, maybe a year ago. And I said, fine, it's okay. It has become almost ubiquitous. I don't challenge that. It is part of pop culture. It has become part of the society we live in. I'm suggesting that is to our eventual detriment, and that we are playing with the fact that we think that our freedom, our relative freedom and privilege in the society is permanent. We don't understand that history sometimes goes backwards. We don't understand that.
I gotta respectfully disagree, KP.
We don't understand. Okay, so EM.
I got
when white people
down there.
when white people
When you got
stop
people down there
self-censoring,
trying to convince me that goddamn the Jim Crow South was better for blacks than it is now. When you
Yeah,
got
cause what
fucking
you don't
idiots out there
understand,
trying to say bullshit.
So
you
when
ain't
white
gonna
people,
you ain't gonna never get me to agree with you, brother, cause they two different words, and
okay,
you can
okay, so Big Nick,
participate all you want to.
I love everything you
They're two
do.
different words.
Big Nick,
Two
I
different
love
words.
everything you do with the self-censorship and all that kind of with the policing of the police and all that, right? But you're gonna say you're the freest black man ever to exist in the United States up to that point, right?
Okay.
Okay,
That has
so
nothing to do.
no,
That has nothing to
here's
do
what
with
I'm saying.
two different words.
We are taking the collective history of racism of whites for
I
granted.
mean this with all due respect to the white people in this on this live or in this panel.
When they decide
Every
to go
bit of their
back
culture,
and
every
take
bit of
steps
their
back,
culture, every bit of
are
their
you ready to
culture,
police that usage?
every bit of their culture is from other races. And a
Big Nick, it's
strong part,
irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
and a strong percentage of their culture is from
You
us.
you have
Which part
an
of your culture?
essentialist view
Which
of
part of
race.
your culture are you
You
not
have
willing
an
to give up, KP?
you have the
Because it
problem
seems
with
like you
your
want your
analysis is
culture
you
to
have an
acquiesce with them.
essentialist view of race. You think that race is actual a fundamental difference between human beings. That's the mistake you're making, right?
First of all,
You have an
I don't believe
essentialist
I
view.
believe in the human race.
Well, then
I believe in
why
the
are
human race.
why are
But I
you the
do
one
believe in
persisting on
identity
black and white
markers.
differences?
I
Then
believe
why
in
are
the
you the
human
one?
race, but I believe
Then
in
why are
identity
you the
markers.
one? Then why are you the one persisting on black and white differences?
Big dog,
I'm saying
listen to me again.
we are the
Listen to
people.
me. Okay, we can sing together, but we can't talk together, right? So, and I love when you try to talk around what I said, but if you hurry up and listen, I would not have to slow down for you to hear me.
Well, you keep on interrupting me
What I'm
before I
saying,
land. So,
what I'm
go ahead.
saying to you, and in case you don't really necessarily know how to, in the
I'll be
context
quiet.
of
Go
open
ahead.
dialogue, is that you
Okay,
acquiesce
go
to
ahead.
to the dialogue being
Okay, I
used.
know.
So if I
I'll be
say
out there.
black or white, that's because it's in the context of this particular dynamic, right?
Right.
However,
Bigger.
I believe in the human race, but I do believe
Me
in
too.
identity markers.
Me too. 100%.
I do believe in identity markers. If that makes sense to you, right?
There are regional differences.
And
There are regional differences
And
that go beyond ethnicity.
I know.
I
We
agree.
can name 100. We can name 1,000 things that we have culturalized. That we have
Who's the
culturalized.
we you're
That we
talking
have
about?
given
Who is the
up.
we?
That we have given up without a
Who is
fight.
the we?
That
Who is
we
the
just let
we?
them take it.
Who is that we? See, when you use that word we, that's what tells me that your definition of black is essentialists. You see a we versus them. You believe in the Kendrick Lamar, they not like us. You believe that there is a they and a we. And I'm saying that's the problem. That's where we're making the mistake.
Do you agree
But
with this? Do you agree with this?
listen,
Do you,
KP.
hold on.
We didn't
I'll be
create
done
that
with this.
dynamic.
I'll
Black
be
people
done
didn't
with this,
create
crypto.
black in this country. Black people didn't create that dynamic.
Correct. 100%. 100%.
I need to find out something about KP. I need to find out something. This is going to determine if I'm going to continue a conversation with him. Do you not believe that the particular type of melanin that you possess originated only in one place on this planet?
Human beings,
my God.
Human beings come from Africa, from the source of the Nile in Uganda.
I didn't ask you that. I specifically asked
You
the
asked
type
me
of
about
melanin.
origins. You asked about origin.
Did it only originate in one particular location on this planet?
Homo sapiens sapien, mankind originates in Africa.
Because that's not true. That's not true, first of all.
I'm talking about the scientific. I'm talking about human beings.
The question is, if he believes that the type of melanin that he and I possess only originates on one place in this country, in this world, then that means when I say we, I refer to all of us. Because I don't give a fuck if they speak Spanish, Hindu, Muslim, whatever the fuck. That's what I mean by us. Because we all come from the same place.
If I may, Big Nick, you're talking about a recognition of separatism, and I think KP's trying to be more of a togetherism, for lack of a better term.
I'm the one that's being together. He's the one that's trying to acquiesce. We can be together without giving up who we are. We don't have to give up who we are just because we want to.
We're not talking about giving up who we are. I think we're talking about. I don't know, and maybe you want to correct me here, KP, but I think you're talking about accepting.
Giving up a word that's ours because other people want to use a word that they don't understand, they have their own meaning for. No, I'm not willing to do that just because of that.
Well, I think
that's their problem.
Again, okay, so Nick, you got to be specific. You claim the word we used, right, before they used it.
You
right?
use that word almost every day in your life, and you have never once used it to a black man with intent of hurting him.
What is the history of? Okay,
Nick, he don't want to answer that.
Nick,
You've never said, and I'm gonna use it just for the sake of this conversation. I'm gonna use the word. You never said, "Nigga, you stupid," and that nigga part was to hurt him. Never.
Okay,
In
Nick.
your life, you've never done that.
I've never
This
used
too
that
big of a
word before, Big Dick. I've never used that word. Never used
Thank you,
that
Mr.
word.
Paul.
And I'm gonna tell you
That's
why.
Mr. Paul.
I don't care how. Listen, I don't care how you spell that word. I've never used that word before.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Paul. The whole AER is a
But
privilege.
y'all not
It's a
understanding what
privilege
he's
of
trying to explain
today's
to y'all.
generation of blacks.
If my parents But heard me self-policement, say that
KP
word,
doesn't
they
mean
would
other
jump
black
out my
people are required to do that.
See, but
black people do whatever they want to do.
Y'all are misunderstanding what he's trying to give you the purpose of what
Crypto,
he's
I'm
trying to
not
explain
policing
to
what
y'all.
anybody. Crypto, I'm not policing what anybody does, right? And this is why, like
You're
I
literally
gave my
trying to
personal
right now,
example.
KP. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is why I gave my personal
Mr. Paul,
example
you never used that
of
word, but
me.
KP has, and he hasn't
No,
used it in
why are
an
you
intent to
saying
hurt
that,
his
Nick?
brother.
Nick, why are you saying that? When have you heard
Because
me
you
in public
have.
forums use the term?
Because you have.
Nick, that's a
You
lie.
have. You
Lie.
have.
And if
I
I've
have.
done
And
it,
anybody,
okay, Mr. Paul, I can say that,
if
but
any black person say that word to me, I tell them don't use that. Don't
Nick,
call me that because that's
I
not my
made it a
name.
point. I
And
made it a point on this.
respectfully, Mr. Paul, that is your choice. I have
Right. It is
listen.
our choice.
It's all a choice.
See, that's the no. Listen, that's what KP is trying to say. Everybody has their choice, but you can't sit here and speak. One person cannot speak for everybody else.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Paul.
can't speak for everybody else.
Hey, can I continue
Stop,
here?
so
Mr.
stop
Paul,
that.
thank you, Mr. Paul. Just
But
said it
you say
succinctly.
listen
It
to
is our
KP.
choice.
He literally trying to
Let
tell
me tell y'all
everybody not to use
Let
the
me tell y'all
word.
something.
That's the same
Let me
thing.
tell y'all
Tony, I'm not telling
You are
you not to
literally
use
just
it.
saying that, KP. I just sat here and
No,
listened to you the
I'm
whole
trying
time.
to land my point. Y'all won't let me land. I'm not
But
telling
you've
you
been
what
talking
to
for
do.
damn near 20 minutes, KP.
No,
Like,
no,
what you
no.
mean?
Listen, I just came in the conversation, my brother. Listen, I'm not telling you what to
But
say,
you've been
right?
dominating the conversation the whole time since you got
Well,
here.
I'm trying to
KP,
get my
sit here and
point
listen.
in.
Go ahead, get it over.
I'm not telling you what to say, right? But you will admit that I've made it a point of contention in the past. And if I have used it like Big Nick says, I have apologized for using it because it was a slip up, right? I'm saying that my decision not to use it is a conscious choice as well. And the only thing I'm trying to advise here is that we need to think maybe a bit more critically with respect to who we are as the people in this country
Hold on,
now.
KP. Let me ask you a
Can I
question. Hold
finish?
on.
Can you let me
Hold
finish
on.
and I'll
Wait.
shut up?
No.
I promise.
Let me ask you a question,
I
KP.
promise I will
I got
shut
a
up.
real.
Let me
Let
just
me
say
ask you a
this.
question, KP.
Let me just say this.
Why
Let me
should we
land.
have to? Hold on.
Okay.
Why should we have to change our speech because certain individuals don't understand the way we use the word? Why?
Because
that ain't got nothing to do with it.
Can I answer you? Can I answer
go
you?
ahead.
Ask the question. All right.
Go ahead.
Can I not get cut off then? All right.
I'm not. Go ahead, man.
I agree. It is our choice whether we decide to use whatever hell word we want to use, right? I'm suggesting that it is a bad choice given our historical position in American society today. And that when we choose voluntarily to enter this and to use it and jump into the pop culture as it is, as it's developed, and which is none of our doing, right? We're born into
That
it.
don't mean nothing to me because I don't use it in that intent.
Can
So I don't know
I
why you keep
answer the
saying that.
question, Nick? Can I answer the
I don't
question?
know why you keep saying that. That don't mean nothing to us.
You can't answer the question.
I'm trying to
That means nothing to us.
Because I
I'm
just
telling
was
you, it
raised
means
up
nothing
not
to
to
us
use
because we're not on that road.
Not even with another black person.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
That's how I'm raised up. Don't use that word.
And nobody is
It's
saying
not
that
about.
you're wrong
It's
for
not.
doing that,
It's,
though.
it's not about. It's not about. It's not about. It's not about.
You are, because you saying that. That's
No, I
your
can't even get to
production.
my point before somebody jumps in. I can't even get to my point before you jump in. What I'm
KP, but
suggesting
you
is
literally
that
saying using that
no,
word,
I
we're
didn't
playing
get to
with
my
fire.
point,
You
Tony.
said that
I
30
never
minutes
got
ago.
to my answer, Tony. I
KP,
didn't get
I
to
don't
my
use
Did
that
you
word.
not
Mr.
say
Polk, I don't use
that
that
us
word.
using that word, we're playing with fire? Did you not say that?
But I didn't
so
get to
what
my
are you
reasoning
talking about?
why. You didn't even listen to want to hear my reason why I'm suggesting that.
Okay,
I'm not just saying
want to
you're
hear
playing
your
with fire and
suggestion
stop it.
because
I didn't. Hold on. I didn't.
racists gonna be racist whether or not
You
we
did
use it with
suggest
each
that we
other or
stop
not.
using the
So I don't
word,
understand
KP.
how
You
that's
did
relevant.
that.
Because
Crypto, do you use the word
you are
that KP is
100%
talking about?
We just outed two of them on the platform, and I ain't even talking about Thomas. I'm talking about two that came on after him.
Crypto,
KP, do
you
you
are
use the word that
100% right, Crypto. But
Crypto,
that
do
should
you
be
use the word that KP
the
is
reading
talking about?
enough.
And they didn't even use the word. They was using all kind of tropes in place of the word.
Okay, Crypto, I agree with you 101% with what you just said. This is not going to change whether racists exist or not, right?
Oh Jesus.
But by using the word, we invite the racists to take off the sheets and
We
be
don't
who they
invite
really
nobody
are.
off.
No,
And
One
that
of
is
them
a fight.
That's not
it's
true.
better
That is
that
a
way.
fight. That is a fight that we are not going to be able to win at this time in this country
That's your
at this
opinion,
place.
though, KP.
We don't
I don't
use that word,
understand.
KP.
It's
I gotta
easier if they
respectfully
take off the
disagree,
sheets.
To protect,
KP.
I
It's
don't get it.
easier when they take off
EM.
the sheets.
I
To
gotta,
protect,
you know, I
agree.
It's
respect you,
easily
big dog.
detectable now.
You
I
know,
respect you, EM too.
They don't
I
even have to
respect you,
use the
big dog.
N-word.
Listen,
We don't
The
use
way
I've
they
had
know
this.
what you're talking about, KP.
Hey,
We don't use
I've
it.
had this conversation many times, even
Jesus
within my
Christ.
own household, right?
Right.
And my position has always been, right, you know, my wife tends to lean towards your position on this whole dynamic, KP. And my rebut to her is always, right, there are two different words that have two different meanings.
Exactly.
110% in the story. It's not the same word.
Full stop.
But Ian,
KP, all you got to do, hold on.
It's not.
Hold on.
Okay,
I will,
I'm
KP,
gonna
all
ask
you got to
EM
do is go for what it started from, right? And because he was repeating, attempted to repeat what Lewis said, right? And as soon as he said that, everybody went like, did he just use the hard ER?
Right.
So
I wasn't there. I wasn't there to witness it. Yeah. Go
okay,
ahead.
but this is
Uh-huh.
how it happened. So can you can you distinct the difference between when somebody
Yes.
say nigger and then somebody say nigger?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with
All
you.
right,
That
so
there's a
cool.
difference.
So
all
this
right,
is a
so
moot
cool.
point to even be arguing this. There are two different words
No,
with two different
no.
meanings.
But
hold
no,
on.
but
That's
you
what I'm
missed my
telling
other
him. I
point,
swear to
EM.
God, EM, I've
There's
been
a
trying to tell him that.
But no, but you missed my point. If it's me, you, crypto in a room, and we are using the N word with the
No,
A
because
at the
right,
end,
anything you
that's
do
one
behind
thing.
closed doors, you should do up in
That's one
front in
thing.
public. Why would I want to be somebody else behind closed doors that I can't be in front in the public? That's me being fake. I'm not being true to myself. Nah, man, there ain't no
But
excuse
here's
for
why.
that.
Here's why. And your point, granted that they're doing to this in other ways without using the N word, I take that point very strongly, right? The fact that we are being N-wordized in loans, in policing, in the way we're hired. So they don't have to
I don't
use
even
the
know why
word.
we having a conversation about the ER word,
Nick,
because we don't use that word.
Nick, if you would please stop jumping in when I'm trying to answer the question, okay? Listen, I agree with everything that EM just laid down, that they don't have to use the word to show the racism, right? My suggestion, though, is that what I'm saying is that we are in a precarious position as a people right now, as Black people, however we want, African American people in this country, in the West. We are so free today that we believe we can have that what used to be indoors conversation in public forums amongst others, and that we have enough social power to shame them into not using the word, right? So what happens? So what happens when they decide to use the word? What happens when they decide to
Let me
combine?
answer. Let me answer.
I haven't finished, man. I haven't
Let us
finished. You keep on
answer.
jumping in,
Let us
man.
answer.
KP, you can't
you
answer
and
every
hold on,
question
I
with
got
a
him right
10-minute soliloquy, bro.
Let the
Like
man finish.
you can't say let you
KP.
finish, and every time you answer a question, it take you 3 minutes to fucking answer it.
KP, your analogy.
I guess we're not going to have any real answers there.
It's going to be a point where you're going to be out in front of Sedanos telling Spanish people do not refer to black pepper as negro.
And that's me every day. I do that every day, Nick.
Negro is literally the word for black.
I do that every day. Every day I go fishing
That's
in
the
Florida
Spanish
Keys.
word for black,
People
man.
drive by the bridges and call me nigga. Every day.
Boy, look at here. He don't even get the reference.
He's saying a Spanish
I
word
said,
for black.
you're going to be in front of Sedano.
Oh, yeah. The word Negro and
telling
nigga are
Spanish
two different
people
words.
to stop
No,
calling
he said
their black
negro, which
pepper.
means black
They
in
call it
Spanish, bro.
negro
Can you
pepper.
understand what he's saying?
No. I'm talking about the N-I-G-G
But
word.
Big Nick just addressed you with that, and you completely went over. You ain't even paying him attention.
Well, he won't even listen to my answer. He says it's too
We
long.
all listening to you, KP. It just take you 30 minutes to answer every damn question.
Because these answers to these questions aren't quick things, dude.
No,
these
it's
are
only
deep
to you,
issues.
KP. It's
that
real
speak to
simple.
American culture.
Listen,
No, to you too,
hey,
brother.
to me,
That's what
to
I'm trying to
EM,
tell you.
to
You
Lewis,
need to
to
think
Big
about you
Nick,
using
all
that
of
word in
it's a
public
simple.
more
It's a
wisely.
simple two
It is
different
not
words.
simple. It is simple if world is
It's not
true, black
simple
and
to
white,
you,
and
EM,
you're
but
ready
to
to
us,
fight
we
people.
clearly got the difference.
So you ready to fight? You ready to fight people who disrespect you and use that word in your face?
I've always been like that all my life. If one thing
So
you
then
know
you're
about
ready to
anybody
go.
know about me,
So then
there
you're
will
ready
be
to go
no
to jail.
disrespect. Any shape, form, or
So
fashion.
you're ready to die.
I'm
Did
been
you-
ready to
did
die
you-
for my
did you-
respect. Are
okay,
you crazy?
okay,
Do you know you
okay,
talking to my
okay,
brother?
great. Okay,
You
great.
understand who you talking to?
Great. Some of us have
I don't
things to
drop
live
my
for.
location and
Some
give
of
people
us
where I'm
have
at if I'm not ready to
wives,
stand on what I say.
children
Are you
to
crazy?
protect. Some of us have grandchildren to think about. So we cannot afford to die right now because they depend on us. So we don't have the liberty to be as cavalier as you are posturing to be right now. So I'm suggesting to you that if you have the similar concerns to me, right? You care about your material future, right? You care about your people and you want to be in their lives in the future, that you need to think more, because my point is that when you use that word publicly like we've been doing, we're inviting this fight. We're inviting it in.
So
No,
so
I
we
disagree.
so we'll accomplish.
Again,
let's
I
do
gotta
it then.
respectfully disagree with
KP,
that.
we'll accomplish what you want.
all night.
That's how you
KP,
feel
we'll
about it, but
accomplish
that's
everything
different.
you want. We take the N word out of the vernacular on both sides. We remove the N word, right? Then what's next? Do rags? Jordan?
No, curly
Jordan
hair,
next?
Big Nick.
Waves,
Curly hair.
waves.
Dreadlocks.
Jordan's the next?
You know.
Curly hair. S curl, goddammit.
Big rims next? What's next? Big rims, what? Music and cars?
Okay. You can act like
jewelry,
the N word was not
diamond pinky
reprogrammed into
rings.
us at the butt of a whip. The N word was programmed into African American people throughout this hemisphere, not just United States, in slavery. This is
we
when
don't
that
use
word,
that word.
was redefined.
And
And
we've
it
never
wasn't by
used that
us.
word.
It wasn't by
And we've
us.
never used that word.
You arguing to use it now?
No, I'm not.
No, we're not. That's different.
because
What do you don't get,
because
KP?
semantically you put an A at
It's
the
not
end.
semantics.
So come on now.
KP,
The
you
argument
just tell
you're using
KP
is
real
one
quick.
of a privileged black
KP.
person who's
KP,
forgotten
I clearly just
forgotten
asked
the
you, can
danger
you just
you're in.
think the difference
You've
between
forgotten
real
the
quick.
danger that you are in, my brother.
KP, real quick.
I humbly suggest to you that you guys are being cavalier with something that you need to take more seriously. That's all I'm
KP.
suggesting.
But that's going to take a millennia, though, KP. What you talking about?
Yes, it will. It will,
KP.
Crypto. Yes. We need to think about it that way, Crypto. We do.
We don't got so far from the original point that we're not even discussing the issue at hand anymore. This is fucking
Well, listen, I can agree to listen. I'll end it here. I'll agree to disagree with you guys on this. Just know this: for the Josh Allens of the world, I stand with you guys 110%. I'm on the front lines against white racist motherfuckers. Okay, just know that about me. Okay, we can disagree about this.
Yeah,
it's
we
all
already
good.
know about
KP,
Josh Allen's
KP, what's more
okay.
dangerous?
No doubt. He's been smoked out of his
arguing
cage like
about
a son of their life.
If you think the Josh Allens of the world are a minor threat, then I got something for you. There's already a white lash going on in this country, whether you realize it or not, and we need to be taking steps.
Oh yeah, we already know that that's happening.
Okay, all right. So one thing you got to ask yourself: why did Dr. King and them guys decide to dress in suits and ties when they performed in public? Why did they
because that was more acceptable to the white
acceptable
culture.
to who? No, were they appealing to whites? They were not appealing to whites at all. They were appealing to the wider world of humanity when they did that, and they used it.
Well, initially,
to show
white people in our country.
They used it. No, it wasn't about people in our country at all. They used it to show the rest of the world that the white people in this country were monsters, right? And to do that, they had to police their own conduct to a certain degree, right? They didn't wear that to feel good about themselves. This was a uniform to go on a battlefield and fight because they realized there was a bigger thing. There's a global thing going on here, right?
I got to slightly disagree with that, KP. I got to slightly disagree with that.
That approach would not have worked if it wasn't for World War II and the competition between the Soviets and the United States on global influence.
Do you understand what you just did?
No, I do understand what I'm doing.
When you talk about Dr.
that black people dressed in hand-me-downs and beat-downs
I do
don't
understand.
have any semblance of suits.
Can I get a word in here?
Let anybody else talk?
Can I get a word in here? I got to slightly push back on what you said, KP, in regards to Dr. King, right? His strategy in other black movements in our country during that time was different. Dr. King his message was just not for black people. It was for humanity. So in terms of their attire, how they dressed, how they talked, right, was
professional men being professional.
Exactly. And again, his message was just not for us. It was for humanity. So for him to get a seat at that table and give the opportunity for people of that persuasion to entertain the conversation, because again, everything starts with a conversation. During that time, and even in our time, even in 2024, right? We all hear the narratives and the stereotypes that, some people put on people of color based off their dress, based off their haircut, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that was a part of Dr. King's strategy in terms of acceptance, because again, his point was he was just trying to bring peace to humanity. And so how stereotypical people can be based off.
But is he suggesting that we walk around in dashikis? Is that what he's suggesting?
I have no idea what that point was.
I don't know what you're talking about, Big Nick. I'm not suggesting that by any means.
The reason he wore suits, as if he doesn't just normally wear suits.
I agree with almost everything EM just said right now. He just explained why they did what they did.
That's not the point. The point is why you had that in your mind that you think the only reason he wore suits is because he was on the stage.
Because that's why he wore the suits.
So he wore dashikis all other days?
Why you're the one who bringing up dashikis? We're talking about. I'm talking about why. I'm talking about why King, Thurgood Marshall, and that early generation wore suits.
Would you have had Kangols turned to the side?
I don't know where you're going with that, Big Nick. I don't know where you're going. I'm not ready to go there. I'm dealing with what EM just said right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm dealing with what EM said. Yeah, the point that Ian made is 100% correct. And my suggestion on top of that is that we are in a similar position here in the 2020s in America, where when we go into public spaces, be it online, be it in real life, we have to also consider who we are as a people versus how we fit into the world. And I'm suggesting that sometimes when we choose to dive into this pop culture world, which has tried to make standard the N-word, right? And we, as the authors of it, like Big Nick would say, right? We are doing ourselves we're doing ourselves a disservice. Okay, we are. Why? Because we need to protect those who are going to come up under us. Who you do not want your daughter going to a job interview and the boss saying, "Can I have the next nigger interviewer right now? We need to hire 3 N-words for this job."
Yo,
and this
KP,
is what we
are you
invite.
talking about right now, bro? What the fuck are you? What are
we
you on,
normalizing the N-word with a cop-out excuse
right now. You sound like you stuck in the 1800s, bro.
No. I'm talking about today.
Man.
No, Tony.
I'm talking about what's happening now. In this time of day, nowhere.
Before Thomas Jensen said it today, there was a popular YouTuber last week who said it, and then followed up by saying she's not apologizing for it anymore. Before that, you had the rise of Trump and his whole group, and as a mass, they are Josh Allens of the world who are saying they're tired of the social respectability politics that has governed them for the last 30, 40 years. And I don't know how you see it, but the Supreme Court, the government, those laws are still in place to empower them over us. So unless we're ready to fight this thing out, we need to get more serious about how we act in public. And part of that has to be with,
you sound like you real paranoid for no apparent reason, and this shit is coming off.
My brother, then you have not studied our history. You have not studied our history well enough, because if you did, you should be paranoid. Okay, we should.
Got a glimpse of it tonight with Josh Allen. I tell you that much.
And thank you, Crypto, 100%. The fact that he could be as comfortable as he is coming out on a public
forum as he is because he's on the internet. KP, you don't understand that fact.
And you don't understand that you don't understand that in Buffalo, a dude walked into a supermarket and blew away everybody who was black. You have forgotten what happened in South Carolina, where that boy Dylan Roof went into that church and blew people away because they were black. See, these are the things that you're ignoring. Yes, I'm doing this.
What do you? That's not the only fucking group that's been done to. And Orlando, they shut up a gay club because they were gay.
Okay, Tony, how many are you bought? I know you bought a lot of guns.
They shut up a because they were dudes.
It's also being done to the
what are you
Asian
talking about, KP?
Well.
Listen, hey, I understand the difference between white and non-white, Tony, and I'm not disagreeing with the point you're making now about this is being done to other groups. I'm suggesting to you, though, my brother, that yes, you need to be a little bit more paranoid about your relative safety in society now.
Why would I need to be paranoid?
Okay, what is paranoia going to do for me? Okay, all right.
I live in the real world, KP.
Act like 400 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow didn't exist and just come to an end 40 years ago.
Bro, listen to me, my brother. There is
the
there
school
is
system
no
has done you a
way,
disservice. You
there
believe
is no
history
way, shape, or
only
form what you're
evolves
trying to say
in a
they
positive
can
way.
enact that. It's not gonna happen, bro. I don't know
Okay.
what type of people you hang
Guess
around,
what? The
but there
Africans
is no,
back in
there
1500
is
on the west coast of
no
Africa in the Congo Kingdom, they thought that same thing.
KP, bro.
They were
We're
arrogant
tired of
enough
hearing
then
you
to
saying all
suggest
this
it could
bullshit
never
that don't
happen.
matter, bro.
It ain't bullshit. It
There
ain't
is
bull.
no
You
way
need,
that
you need
what
to
you're
be
saying is gonna happen. I don't know
okay.
what kind of
That's
soft ass
exactly what
black
they
people
said
you've been
back
hanging
then too.
around, but you need to stop
That's
hanging
the
around those
same
kind of
thing.
people, bro.
That's the same
Well,
thing that them slaves
I
on them
don't
ships said back
understand
then
where you
too.
get this from,
I
bro.
can't
I
believe this
don't.
is going to happen, and they didn't believe it all the way across
well,
to the
Hey,
Americas.
anything can happen if you dumb down the people enough and
you
make them
need to
forget
get out.
about
You
the
need to get
history and
out.
they
You
repeat it.
need to get out of that little area where
You
you at,
abolish
bro.
the
Often,
Department
bro.
of Education and
I
hand out
don't
a
get where you
freaking
getting this
look
from,
up
bro.
dossier,
and
then
crypto
that's the template.
and crypto consider the public education system now, which black kids are disproportionately in. Are they being dumbed down to the level where this could happen
No.
That's the
on crypto?
strategy.
This
Is
should
to
be
dumb them
thank
down
you,
so they can
thank you,
forget
thank
what
you very much,
happened, so they don't know what's
crypto.
coming.
So this should be a sobering thought to the and I got 100% respect for you, Tony, for the Tonys of the world who are, I think, a little bit too casual with who we are as a people. If I sound
Casual.
paranoid, it's because I
No,
am, Tony.
bro.
I haven't disagreed with you.
I'm listening to you, and you're paranoid on some shit that just literally cannot happen right now. So I don't understand what
gives
is
you the
your
confidence
paranoia
that it
for.
cannot happen now, Tony?
You're acting like
What gives you the
we're
confidence?
back. You act like we're
What gives-
ignorant. You act like we don't understand our history. You act
No,
like
no,
we
no,
don't
no, no,
have
no.
the example.
No,
Those
it's
people
not
was
that.
caught off
It's
guard.
not the
There
history.
is
It's just people
nobody
trying to
on God's green earth that
prevent
can
you
come
from
none
learning
of
that
us off
history.
guard.
That's
So
I think
you
that's
could
what
be paranoid all you
y'all
want,
crossing
but
the
you sound
wires.
like you scared of some shit that's making you sound weak right now. That's what you
Well,
sound to me. You
if it
sound
sounds
weak and
that
you
way to
sound
you,
paranoid.
I have.
All right, hold
Okay.
up, just real quick.
No. That
Just
sounds like
just real quick.
freaking when the Department of Education is threatening to be abolished. That means that's the further step to dumb down the freaking people in every community so they can forget about everything and hit the fucking reset button, and it's really game on.
Thank you,
Well,
Crypto.
here's the thing, and I'll say this: two things. KP, just gotta say, white folks of that day to white folks of this day ain't gonna stand for that shit. If
Like I disagree with Tony, and I disagree with you too.
I got you, dog. But I'm speaking.
What
for
side is not going to stand for that?
I'm just
shit?
speaking for everybody
That's what
I
needs to be
know.
identified.
They're gonna have to kill me too. That's what I know, and there are a lot of us that agree with that take. That's number one. Number two, to me, and KP, I feel like you're really trying to bring it into a togetherness, but I do understand the underlying fears that you're expressing as well. I would again, and I'll err to my first point of that I ain't gonna stand for it, and there's a lot of people with me that are of my complexion that ain't gonna stand for that shit. But erring again, number two, I feel like it's more of a us versus them, and I don't mean people in any segregation of color. It's the haves and the have-nots, and the ones that really wield the power and things of that nature. And we have very little we can do about it. There is the populace and the masses, which is why they continue to divide us in this way. So we can't find the common ground to really agree upon issues that do affect us all as people, not as cultures, because that being poor doesn't care what fucking culture or color you are. And we all know this to be a fact. The type of problems, between drugs and families, it's touched us all in every which way that in some form or another, we have commonality more than we have of difference. And the powers that be know that. I'm not saying that they can't inflict a trickery upon the populace of segregations to get them to fight against each other. I see it happen all the time. I see it happen all the time, and it's a scary thing. And I'm not saying that it can't happen again, but I'll be damned if it's happening on my motherfucking watch, bro. And I know this has been a hard conversation.
I think that's what Big Nick was saying to you, Cap. It's for the other whites to stand up against that, to say, hey, I'm not going to allow some idiot just to come up here and say that there's a white superiority gene, there's some DNA that makes them more superior intellectually, socially, economically, and all this other shit. And black people never contributed to the building of this country.
As the host of the show and the founder of TFTG, I defer to your right to intercede. That's why I didn't interrupt you there, Cap. But I vehemently disagree. And I will say this. One of the mistakes we make as a people, and every group of people do, is forgetting that
I'm not
race is
letting that motherfucker
race
off the
is a
hook. That
social
ever.
construct. Now we
Absolutely.
don't we
I
say that, but
don't
do we
forget that,
understand
buddy.
what it
I
means?
definitely don't.
Security, Gene. I'm gonna kill it in a
The kind of commonality by class that you're referring to has happened before. There was a time when before they were called blacks and whites and Native Americans, we have been in this place before in this country. Before this, go back to Bacon's Rebellion. I know I don't want to talk long, right? But we've been in this position, and then we learned the divisive and power that race. This is why race was invented as a tool of the elites to create an exploitative system that could persist for generations, right? Being that the problem we haven't dealt with race is that it's been so successful for those elites. So why would they not use it going forward? This is a question that I have and this is a question that vexes people on the left today who come from all these different backgrounds. This is a critique from a so-called black man here. Sometimes those class-based organizations fail because of this lack of analysis.
I see your angle, right? I see your angle of attacking because it gets to the crux of a weaponized subject that the elites use to perpetrate on us, the masses. I'm not disputing that fact. I'm just saying, like, and listen, we can educate as much as we want. We can
I can have faith that you won't betray me or somebody else won't betray me in the fight against the elites. But history shows us that we end up getting betrayed. These of us called blacks.
It's no. I mean, listen. Even history.
In a certain book, they call the bourgeoisie, but I won't. That's neither here nor there.
Listen, it's no different than, even in Western America in the early years when the companies were literally bringing in Chinese nationals and immigrants, bringing them over here downtrodden and indentured servitude. Thank you, and using them, and then these rich companies pitted the local Irish into them and got it to be more about a race war, when all it was is they were stoking one fire with the Irish that were in populace there, and the Scottish
against the Chinese versus the Scottish,
and they were happy to do so,
and the rich guys made the money.
It got them to vote for them, believing that they were going to change when they were really willing to take this free to next.
What you're referring to is the wages of whiteness. This is how groups like the Irish and Italians became white. Because
it's what they've done to perpetrate us against each other. And humanity is going to continue to fall into its same pitfalls time and time again until we really look at it as a no longer race issue. And I understand where you're trying. And
that's what we're trying to work through. That's exactly what I'm trying to work through.
You're trying to work through that. But again, I feel like taking a word from anything and anywhere in any which way, you got to let that kind of flow itself out, right? Because I feel, again, and listen, this is me from a white person speaking on, the word in question that everyone seems to be talking about. When something was used so against you, you're taking the power back. And I feel like that has to run its course in a way where you're talking about it's time to take away the power at all, right?
Well, my only critique to that is you said let it flow out, right? Like if things evolve naturally, they don't. They take actors to get involved. This is where the political movements and people who take a stand help divert the flow. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
and I'm suggesting, let me land here. I'm suggesting here that this readmission of the N-word into popular culture post 1990s is not an accidental or coincidental thing. It is part of a racial white lash that was happening even before Barack Obama, and we as blacks in this moment, we are part of the growing ubiquity. I hate to use that word but the growing.
I know what you're saying.
In other words, by using the word as a regular, everyday thing, we make it more easy for people to be treated like N-words, which is the elite idea of it. They want to exploit us as
speaking it into existence, for lack of a better term. Correct.
Correct. And you're right. They don't care. They don't care. If it's a white N-word, a black one, a brown one. Go ahead. It's your show. Yes, sir.
I just want to say two things. Number one, we're going to get what we deserve as a people. And if you're not going to be able to have a real dialogue with your fellow man on the reality of situations, then if we're going to allow ourselves to fall in the same pitfalls we have throughout history, time and time again. And we can get into a longer discussion of how they erase history so they can reuse old things on us and perpetrate it again, and how war is really a part of that as well. But that's another story. Look, and I'm going to use Tony in this example. If Tony and I get pitted against each other and we allow that to happen, then we deserve what we fucking got. And Tony and I got to be able to be understanding of each other enough to recognize when that's happening. And I understand your point. You're trying to point it out, but you almost can't, because
right, it has to happen. Tony has to realize that on his own sense,
or I have to realize it on my own sense. You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
exactly.
And that's just part of the way nature is, and it sucks because it's
and listen, I don't want to disrespect or be in opposition to it. In fact, I've told you publicly a number of times, El Cap, that's why I love the platform and your philosophical stance on creating it. That's why I rock with TFTG. That's why I fell out with Reason, right? And that's why, I want to approach it with EM, with Crypto, with Tony. I listen, I wish that I could be as confident in you of us not ever going back to those times.
I'm not confident at all. I just
well, yes, and
I've made my
here's
peace
another
with it.
thing. Whenever when we were talking about being paranoia, whenever somebody just cavalier talking about abolishing the Constitution, and that same Constitution is what liberated me as a black man to begin with, and it's parts of that Constitution I had to rely on to freaking do it. I'm not going to trust no man to say, "Oh, I'm just going to abolish it," and just trust them to start from scratch, and then have them institute new laws and constitutions that protected me. And then what else? Take the new Constitution. Are they just going to do it out of a term of endearment to protect me yet again?
Yeah,
when they harboring these views, I take that shit seriously.
Crypto?
You don't just cavalierly say, "I'm going to abolish the Constitution."
Yeah, no, it's
they need to get. Yeah, you
without getting too nerdy. Do you know by the late 80s and early 90s in hip hop, it was unpopular to use the N-word, and that policing was self-policing from the hip hop community up to that point?
Well, let's not call it the hip hop community. We will call it the music industry that pushed it. Because if you were going to talk about good, nice, sweet things or whatever, that wasn't going to get played on the radio. They really incentivized the downfall of a culture. And to me, I know we don't have to get into all that.
From a general sense, that was true, Cap. But from within the neighborhoods of New York where the music was emanating at the time, there was also a social consciousness that came from Malcolm X, from the Black Power movement, all that, to where that was cool to not say it. You had to be a Queen Latifah, for instance. You had to be a Lakeem Shabazz, right? But then something happened in the urban music where after gangster rap came in, where there was this reinvestment in the term and it became popularized thereafter, right? I'm suggesting that was not coincidental. That was not natural.
It most certainly wasn't, and it's it's kind of in the same take earlier. You speak it into existence it's kind of like if you continue to listen to sad music, it's going to inherently make you a sad person. And there is something to that.
Imitates art. That's the saying.
And we're in a place today.
You're not going to hear Strom Thurmond Jr. freaking push back against abolishment of the Constitution, but he wants to talk about someone's use of the N-word.
Crypto. Look, guys, real quick. I just wanted to say good evening to everybody. I've been chilling in back helping with production because I didn't think that my level of excitability as a person and my personality was wise to inject into this the conversation tonight, if anybody's been wondering where I'm at. But I did want to say to Crypto that I have heard other murmurings of this idea of doing the whole Julius Caesar thing and the temporary dictator. But I've heard murmurings of that on the political side of the aisle that I've flowed in, and I'm telling you this, that shit will happen over and I'm telling my fellows this, that shit will happen over my dead body. I'm with El Cap on that. And that's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a good one. Keep continuing this great conversation. I appreciate everybody being mostly civil about it.
And there is a slow movement that I'm seeing, and that where people like Lady Gaga and some others are starting to stand up and say that we are not going to allow our democracy to be taken away from us. So there is a movement that is growing.
Yeah, well, real
keep
quick,
democracy.
Mr.
I'm
Paul,
not
I don't
saying that
trust.
it's going to happen. I'm not saying
I'm
it's
just
going to
saying,
happen
Mr. Paul,
because
I don't trust.
no,
I don't
yeah.
trust the motherfucking Lady Gaga either, dog. When I say the haves and
Oh no, I'm
have-nots,
not
they
just
are
saying.
not one of
I'm
us.
not just saying Lady Gaga. I'm just saying
Yeah.
there is a movement, but I'm not saying that movement is going to
Well,
be
to
successful.
KP's point,
That
Mr.
would have to be
Polk,
totally
a lot of
grassroots.
those people spearheading that movement are exactly the people I'm most afraid of. Just being
It's
real.
it's color
Oh
who
no,
always
no, I
says that when England decided to get into the slave business, right, back post the 17th century, early 1600s, they did so, and color always says this, after having gone through the Enlightenment. What he means when he says that is that England ought to have known better, not to get into the business of trading human beings, right? Which at that time was developing into a racial system, which will become racist, right? But England, with its own national values, was not strong enough to stand up against the flow of society at the point. And I only bring that up to suggest that when we consider, people standing up to stop what they know is wrong, that human beings have faced this moment before and failed. They failed because eventually they realize it's not in their self-interest to take a stance for what is right. They will go along to get along. Most people are go along, get along people, right? And this is why they don't die. This is they don't take a stand, right? And what my commentary earlier was with my brothers was that I think we need to revisit the moment we're in right now. And crypto brought up the declarations of a would-be dictator. This is part of the evidence why I would suggest, Tony, that you ought to be more paranoid in times like these. The possibility of a backlash, of a retracing of steps socially, freedom is possible. No matter how strong you think you are right now and how free you think you are right now and how it's impossible, that'll never happen again. I've got 1,000 white friends who love me, let me sit on their couch. There were black people back in the 1600s, before they were called black, who felt just as confident, not knowing that 100 years later, this thing would turn into this idea called race that would demonize. So we got to be cautious with our public decorum is my only suggestion. Okay, if it's me, you in a room, and we decide what's up, my N word, whatever, that's one thing. I have no problem with that, and I don't even have any problem if you decide to use it in public. Just know that when you use it in public, you are inviting a war. Are you ready to slap somebody in the face who says it the wrong way? Are you ready for them to slap you back? Are you ready for the law to take their side on you being the aggressor? And not buying your excuse, because this is what defines a racist system and institution. And we know how that has gone. You better listen to Reggie Jackson's testimony from a couple days ago that's gone viral. Listen to what Reggie Jackson told you. He said, he didn't say he was weak. He didn't say he was paranoid. He said, you would have found me in that oak tree because I was too physically violent and I was going to smack a Klansman in the face. But it was not for who? He said those white friends of his who made the chance and stood up for him. So I have hope in his testimony. But there's a reason why he decided to say what he said 2 days ago. We need to think about what he said in relation to this conversation. I'm happy and proud that, we're able to make Thomas Jensen admit that he was wrong. Hopefully he learns the lesson here, right? I'm saying that when we decide to assign guilt, though, we got to look at our own part in bringing it to this level. Okay. And why? Because we got Josh Allens that exist. And the Josh Allen, talking about not the real Josh Allen, but Josh Allen from this shit. He's real and his numbers are growing, whether we realize it or not. And they are our doctors, our police officers, our teachers. They've been around forever. We managed to tame them in the 60s. We managed to shame them into going into the shadows. But where we are now, they're coming out of the shadows, my brothers. And we got to look at our role in protecting our families going forward.
Well,
I'd rather have them in the shadows than out in the open.
Well, see, that's where I disagree with you. Hold on now a second. Hold on a second. That's where I disagree with you. I'd rather a motherfucker put a tattoo on their face and show me and speak it out because I don't
Yeah,
like that.
at least it
That's
could be
when that
identified.
shit
Yeah.
festers is when it catches you when you don't see it coming.
I think you missed my point, Cap. I think you missed my point. I'm not against somebody openly being a Josh Allen. I don't have no problem with him. I know I can defeat him man to man. The problem is after I defeat him and beat him, and the law tells me I'm the criminal and punishes me and executes me, and then says he was the one that's innocent. That is what institutional racism is versus personal racism. You can be personally
I'm not
racist.
going to let that. I don't want to let that situation become a fester. If we bring it out and we have the court of public appeals in this,
That's why I applaud you. That's why I applaud you. That's why I'm down with TFTG.
We got to do something,
Cap,
buddy.
when
We
you're
got to do
finished.
something because letting it catch you, in a freaking Walmart parking lot while you're putting your groceries in and catch you in this, and now you've done something, and now this person's laying here hemmed up in the hospital, and now you're the bad guy. If we have a record or we have something to see that before it coming a ways off, then at least we have something, bro. At least we have something. Because I'm not gonna let it fester around. If I see some shit that needs the thread pull, I'm gonna pull that motherfucking thread. I don't give a damn.
And
I want to know.
if I may for a second, okay, I think there's a very important point that KP just made that I've made in a different way using different verbiage, and it's probably been lost on people the way I say it. But as what this society would consider a white man, okay, there is one there's one point of projection when and I consider everybody here, that I respect, friends, and I respect EM, and I respect Lewis, and I respect everybody, Tony, I do respect him. Okay.
And those guys are great. Those guys are awesome, intelligent.
Crypto, KP. I
don't know
respect
so
you
much
all.
about Tony, man. I don't
Yeah,
know about
bro. I
Tony.
hope we don't lose. I hope we don't lose friends because of this, bro. I
No,
really hope we
Tony-
don't lose friends because of this. I hope we gain more
For
friends
different
because of this,
reasons,
bro.
though, Cap. Hold on, no.
I'm
But
just
Crypto, KP, both of you, all
everybody.
I say this with the utmost respect, but there is a certain amount of projection I hear sometimes when, and you're not wrong for feeling this way. You know what I mean? That, behind closed doors, most people are doing this and that. You see what I'm saying? And most of the time I see that as projection because I don't conduct myself privately like that. You know what I mean? I conduct myself the same way I conduct myself when I'm in front of everybody. Okay? I don't engage in things that wouldn't be acceptable publicly, when it comes to like the use of certain words and all that. And so there is a certain amount of projection. However, I do understand why that projection happens. I'm not trying to take that away. What I am saying, though, is as a quote unquote white person, there is a certain amount of accuracy when it comes to that projection in this regard. None of the people that are quote unquote white that have those feelings know that I don't share those feelings with them. So I do have intelligence when it comes to what KP was just referring to in his last point. And I've always said it like this: the hills do have eyes. When he talks about the doctors and the lawyers and the regular folk, and that's been tamped down, there's been people like me and El Capitan and others that I've grown up with. I didn't grow up with El Cap, but I've grown up with others like him that have shared in the work of tamping that down through being taught, colorblind principles throughout our lives, things like that, because of a liberalized school system, which maybe might not be liberalized for enough people's taste, but it's enough to know that, when it comes down to it, the hills do have eyes. And the work that even people like El Capitan and I have put in to educate our own, which we are at a serious disadvantage in numbers when it comes to quote unquote white people that can sway the minds of extreme white people. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
I've
and then
worked
there's
my
plenty
whole
of
life
those people
doing that,
you
but
let
I'm
fall by
trying
the
to avoid,
wayside.
but I'm always mindful of, and what I'm so fragile about when people talk about white fragility is all of that work that we've shared in, and the work that, you know, quote unquote, Black Americans have done for themselves to just be thrown out in vain because of a premature action. That's what I take from what KP's trying to say. It's not weakness.
Well,
it's not fear. It's not anything like that. It's being wise.
Well, what I'm saying is this. Reggie Jackson's testimony 2 days ago, in the state of Florida, it would probably be illegal to show that in a classroom, according to 2024 standards.
To show what?
What Reggie Jackson said.
I missed. I have to go back and educate myself on what
when he
said. I
was
missed
when he was at that interview, right?
Because of the person.
Right. And that should be a bellwether. That should be a bellwether. That should be a thermometer, a climate of where we are and what direction we're moving in. What Reggie Jackson?
I've been back on Dolphins content pretty heavily.
Reggie Jackson 2 days ago was asked. I don't even know what the reason was, but when Willie Mays died, he was asked for some commentary about Willie Mays. And they had returned to the minor league setting that both he and Mays came up in, right? Which was in 1960s Alabama. Which was in 1960s Alabama, right? And Reggie Jackson basically surprised everybody. ESPN was desperately trying to get him off the air.
I know, I saw that.
But he opened up and they asked him, how does it feel to come back to the place where you dominated and conquered your way into the major leagues? Something along those lines. And his response was, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. And he went on to explain why that was his opinion, right?
Wow.
And I'm suggesting that that testimony has been made illegal in classrooms in Florida today. This is a matter of statute and standard, and that should increase the level of paranoia,
or like philosophically.
Well, if you're a teacher and you decide to show something like that, you better have some damn support for while you're using that as a lesson in the classroom today for what happened there.
You can't use that in the classroom because you will be fined or even put in jail. In Florida.
And my only reason to bring that point up is to say that this should tell us where we are relative to our society and the direction it's moving into. And this is in response to the critique that I got from Tony and who was it? Big Nick, who would suggest that it's impossible for things to go back to how bad they were. I'm trying to get my point of view.
Longer time. I think that's what they were saying.
Maybe
we got enough mechanisms in place to stop it, but
we would like to believe that. So the probability is
allows there. Executive branches to enround people without having congressional support too. So I got the
we're watching that before our eyes, bro.
And I'm suggesting that's a misreading of history. We forget that this is a country that has had states secede over what was thought in some areas to be clearly the moral issue, right? And I don't really want to go there because I know what kind of catastrophe I am, bringing an idea up from. But we're already starting to see scary signs of this at all different levels, not just in the legal system, but just in our everyday parlance. And I'm suggesting that the generalization,
iconic Hall of Famer have to say,
the ubiquity of the N-words usage in pop society is another bellwether. It is another sign of where we are as a society, as, in my opinion, we're retracing back to a socially divisive era.
Can I ask a question, KP? I've been listening for several hours, and I'm
sure.
I want to something that was said about. I think El Cap said something about, well, what are we supposed to do? Do we need more education? Or, I'm the type of person that I want to find solutions. That's the type of person that I am, right?
Yeah.
And coming from my background, if you don't know, I've also been racially discriminated because of my ethnicity. People don't know that I'm Persian, and people want to equate that to Islam. And Islam, I've been racially discriminated against from people that are Islamic phobic and all that kind of stuff, right? I've dealt with it. I've been called the sand N-word several times. I even had one of my ex girlfriend's grandmother ask me, "How do I get through an airport with a name that you have?"
Right. Yeah.
It's not even fucking funny.
Well, she's an old ass lady. I mean, I'm not saying cut her some slack, but
funny.
Cap, I want to say
Not
something.
funny, Cap.
it's
not
not.
funny.
I'm just saying, God damn, I can't believe she fucking said that to you.
You've been a victim of bigotry. You've been a victim of bigotry
get
and
it.
racial discrimination. Yes.
Yes, I'm a victim of it, regardless of the color of my skin. The
That's
point,
understood.
the point is that in other countries, and the reason I'm bringing this up is it makes me kind of think about it.
Yes,
Does
sir.
our freedom of speech actually enable those people, those elitists that use our race as a weapon? And the
Absolutely,
reason
that's what it's for. But go ahead.
because in that same country that you said when England got into slavery and stuff like that, since then they have put several laws that has to do with discrimination, including hate speech laws that include fines, jail time, and even way more than that, right?
Yep.
So my question is, do you think we need to implement laws like that? Because though I know it's not a total fix, but maybe it will help start educating people on why.
Were you around when I first came on this panel? I was kind of animated. I used specific language about why I use such explosive language relative to Josh Allen, right? Because there's certain things that the legal system can handle, right? And there are other things that you have to take personal responsibility for, right? And this idea that one person is superior to another based on genetics is a sand in the line for me. It's a sand in the line for me.
KP, shit's terrifying, bro. That shit is terrifying.
I have no choice if someone wants to coexist in a world like that, because they're basically telling me that they have the right to Dred Scott. You know what I'm saying?
So KP, I could almost make a stretch for that being the one principle that as a First Amendment purist, as much as you can be. Obviously, there's limits to everything. But
I gotta address
hold on, real quick. Let me land. As far as that goes, there's only one form of speech I think should be censored, and that's speech that calls for censorship. However, when you're talking about those types of principles, KP, they do lead to censoring
the laws,
form of people based on their race.
Government has to intercede.
Not too much of a stretch
because society breaks down.
You know what I mean?
Right, but Ali, I would just answer you this way and then say this, Ali. You've experienced, and no one can deny you've experienced bigotry, racial, but I would suggest that doesn't rise. But I'm going to make you mad here, perhaps, but I would suggest that your experience as a Persian American being discriminated against, name discrimination, all those mean things, nasty things, people, that this still. We often use that as what racism is, but really racism goes levels deeper than that. The kind of discrimination you faced is standard for anyone who would call themselves African American or Black, right? On a regular basis, even through today. The difference is, though, that this country and others have had centuries of state-sanctioned laws, total exploitation to graduated exploitation, based on this. In other words, if you were a so-called white person or whoever you were, right, and you decided to, let's say, marry a person like me, right, you would go to jail because you had broken the law. So it goes beyond personal. What I'm saying is,
fall until the 70s.
So when I'm talking about racism, right, and when I'm trying to talk to Tony or what's the guy's name again about racism, we're having different conversations. It's not just about the kind of discrimination you face, because that is very real and it's regrettable and it shouldn't happen, right? And I don't, there's freedom of speech, and I value the First Amendment just as much as any other guy, right?
Yeah.
I take responsibility. If you say the N-word in my face with the ER and I'm fishing and I'm close enough to get you, I'm going to punch you in your face, right? The problem I have, though, is that there's an institutional racist system that's going to be extra mean on me for defending myself.
I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
That's the problem. It's not, you're free to say whatever you want to say. You know?
Two things, real quick. First of all, it's a chat real quick because I got to get this off my chest. AB, I did tell you I'm part Irish, which is true. I'm quarter Irish, quarter German, half Persian. So that's just to answer that real quick. So I don't want anyone thinking that I'm just making shit up. But the reason for me, and this is why I'm really asking about this. And just to clarify, KP, I can never say that I've experienced what people in our history and African Americans and blacks and anyone has ever faced. I can never say I faced everything exactly that way. I may have faced different forms of it, but no, you're right. It is different. I definitely understand that. But for me, I'm anti-racism across the board, no matter what color you are. Do you understand? Racism to me is racism, and I think, for me, I would like something in place that abolishes it all. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're black, you're Persian or Arab or whatever you color you Latino. It doesn't matter.
The
My
key
point
to
is
that, Ali, is what KP was referring to earlier, and until we accept our learning that we all learned that there really is no such thing as race, that's the only way to abolish it. Is by educating people to the fact that there literally is no such thing as race.
Mm-hmm.
Or being superior over somebody
100 years. You know what I mean?
And I just want to touch a little bit on what KP was saying about the what Reggie was saying on that panel on ESPN, and you were right. They really, A-Rod, when he asked him the question, they really kind of started, because he started talking in a way. I will say this. He was speaking on his personal experiences, which were rough for his time as a baseball player, coming up and going from town to town and experiencing what he experienced. But I mean, I feel there has been good progression, but there is this regression that you're pointing out. And I just wonder too, sometimes is it a little conflated right now because it's an election year, there's politics,
maybe, perhaps, granted. Granted.
I just gotta imagine on a whim, human nature. Now I speak of human nature for its humanity side in this thing, because human nature naturally don't give a fuck about no one for nothing. It's me and mine's over you all. And that's when the shit hits the storm and people got to fucking, are starving to death. Right. Which, they can really fucking force your hand in that matter. But humanity at large, at least more and more, Mr. Polk talked about it. There is a better human side. Not that the bigotry and racism and things of that isn't still out there in the dark, festering and looking for its time to fucking shine and show us what they are in the daylight. And we're going to be here to meet it. That's my point. We're going to be here to meet it. And as long as we keep our heads together and understand who we are in our personal interactions amongst each other, we'll be ready to fight it and combat it as such. And when we got onto this topic, and it's really a spiral topic, because, it was really about how, and Thomas, I'm just going to bring it to you just real quick. Not for a take, but it got brought in how Thomas said something he shouldn't have said. Right. And, again, and all the time I've known Thomas and how I know him and how he's acted since being accused of, saying what he said, which is a lot of racial words. I don't think Thomas is in the ilks of the hate that we're going to have to fight against, and we continue to fight against as a people. Right. And when you talk about Josh Allen next Elway, when he gets into his soliloquies of superiority and that be given almost like a God-given genetic right, that fucking terrifies the hell out of me. that type of shit is out there. And then on the flip side of CT, who made an appearance, I haven't seen him in forever. Came in through chat.
How convenient he shows up.
He shows up when we're talking about this, but not only that, but he came up here and quadrupled down on the racist shit like this.
Wow, I missed that. I didn't even know CT came in with that nonsense.
It's been a fucking wild ride.
I was actually surprised he showed up.
This was supposed to be the Cap4Life episode, and that is not what happened today. Cap, we're gonna have to redo this episode
about that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, but I called CT out on his racism when I first met him. I sensed that in what he was saying 4 years ago.
You guys remember when he made the comment about Mexican workers, right?
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
It was nothing. He just he affirmed all of the preconceived notions that everyone's had on him, and the calling him out. He came in here. He said some shit to Lewis that was
he just went straight at
super
Lewis and said
fucking
it was
racist as
Yeah,
fuck
that was
about
weird.
him. You know, I mean, dude.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
Hey, KP,
it
even
was
I'm
bad.
like, yo,
My
tried
point
to
is,
ask
hold on a second. Let me land. My point is that there's levels to a little bit of this stuff, right? From the terrifying narratives that Josh Allen seems to have educated himself with, to CT's blatant, just really, he's saying racial things to hurt people of the race he's saying. That is the definition of fucking racist right there. And my point is,
like direct
and I just want to bring it back to Thomas. Thomas fucked up, but Thomas ain't these guys. And I'm not saying Thomas doesn't deserve everything he's got coming to him for doing it.
Person for saying what he said.
But goddamn, dude, I mean, again, I look at CT and there's no helping that.
They was mad at they actually got mad at Thomas for being apologetic.
Yes, they did. For Thomas,
They
Thomas
turned on him.
They turned on him, bro. They fucking went
I
at
got
him.
one other question.
That's completely missing the mark, crypto, as far as what, you know what I mean? Like, I can understand caping up for the First Amendment, but that's completely missing the mark on their part. You know what I
But
mean?
they wasn't going with that angle.
KP, I
that's
got
way
one other
over-
question for
exactly.
you. In regards
Sometimes you should save that debate for another day. Don't apply it to that. Sorry, Ali, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's kind of involves situations like what Thomas is in, and you know, I'll even throw out Josh Allen's name here because I'm kind of curious to what KP
Ali,
thinks.
you missed it all, bro. Because
Hold on. I've heard some of it. I've also there was a couple 2 or 3 weeks ago that I've seen Josh Allen go at it like crazy. It was
What
nuts.
CT said, we couldn't even replay right now. It was that bad.
I know. I heard.
Yeah,
what
bro,
CT
it was
said.
rough.
Actually, I came on when I saw him and I was like, "Holy shit, CT's here!" And I rewound it and watched it all the way from the beginning. KP, in situations that Thomas is in, and I appreciate him being here and facing the fire and atoning to what he did. Right. I'm not saying what he did was right or anything. I'm just saying, you know, it is different than people running and gunning, essentially. Is there a path that people that have maybe used these slurs, or maybe they have beliefs like Josh Allen? Is there a path of atonement for them?
Redemption, I think, is
redemption might be the word I'm looking for. Yeah, but atonement is almost the same thing because you think
Atonement.
about,
I like atonement. That's a very great word
atonement
because
means you're facing what you did, kind of like what Thomas is doing right now. You know what I'm saying?
But even then, there's still consequences that are lasting for one slip up. It's like as if you never get to use your arm again because you broke it. You know what I mean?
My question is, what
is there any redeeming quality? No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I have to say that Thomas has shown me to be a better human being than that, and I believe he should be redeemed fully.
And I don't
apology.
necessarily
We're either
disagree,
going to
but I
accept
wanna
the
know what
apology
you
or
think.
not. Period.
But it will take people longer to accept it.
I'm not
It
saying
can be
it shouldn't
redeemed,
sting. I'm not sure. I'm not saying you shouldn't feel a certain way about it. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, certain people have a certain level of atonement. As far as it may take them 2 weeks, it may take them 2 hours.
Right.
It just
But there
depends on
is
the
some
individual.
form of redemption, is what I'm
But
asking.
like,
Yeah,
my
redemption
question
just
to
come in different
KP is,
stages for certain individuals.
my question to KP is, I understand it may take time to get over whatever transpired or whatever that person did, but would he be willing
Breaking up. I can't hear.
to
I can't hear
forgive and provide redemption? Essentially, is what
Oh,
I'm.
yeah. Listen, what happened tonight is a beautiful thing. What Tony and these guys took him to task for it, right? And
Yeah.
to his credit, he accepted it and said he was wrong. I don't think you can ask for anything more than that. Well, I would have been more upset if nobody said anything to him, you know? Because, like I suspect, that stuff is being normalized in society these days, right? But
Yeah.
I'm glad what happened happened. And I have nothing to say against that
He
other than
accepted. Tony. Yeah.
yeah,
Thomas
I'm
accepted
just
what he
suggesting
did.
that we kind of coaxed that because of we were part of that with the way that word was being bandied about in social media on spaces for weeks. There were things leading up to this point. It was bound to happen at some point, right? But
And this is by the way, good evening, guys.
Oh, hello, Andy.
Oh, what's up,
How are you? This is why, like, when it comes to that terminology, like I try not to even use it, even though like it's out there. Is just not it's not right, because of the consequences that it brings to you, if you even use that terminology in a simple conversation on a social media platform, especially Twitter, where you see a lot of things, screen recording, retweets, etc. Not even like, and in reference to Thomas wasn't saying it with hate, and I think sometimes that has to be realized, because you can know when somebody is like being hateful towards you, especially if you're from that race. You'll understand if somebody's saying it hateful, but it's just a
again,
terminology.
just like with Big Nick, I would reach back. Is the N word hate language or not? Was it a word not used at the tip of a whip to dehumanize people into becoming a slave? Now, if you consider how Big Nick answered, Big Nick said it was used before that period of history. It was used before that, going back to ancient Africa, which is what he was referring to, right? And the Negus and all that kind of stuff, right? And therefore, we are retaking usage of the word, right? This was his argument, right? My comeback to that was that is just casual. You're only able to even conceive of the idea that you're taking back the word because of the privileges that have been granted to you by the people who beat that word into the dust. And because you're so free today, you've forgotten what it took to beat that term down into the dust, to shame people into stopping using that word. So all that stuff about the semantic difference between ER and A at the end, it's a privilege. It's black privilege today. That is not, it's not sound policy. Black people are playing with fire to think that we even have privileges in a country with this racist history. Okay? So it doesn't matter how you use the N word. It is hateful language. The history shows that the word is that. A or ER.
And I want to pick
In
back
that
on
sense, that
KP
would be
because,
Martin's goal. Martin Luther King, I mean, not Martin.
but just like I brought up earlier, when I was raised up not to use that word, even with people with the same race, I was raised up not to use that word, and I don't use it. And when somebody in my race use that word toward me, I tell them that's not my name. Don't call me that, because to
And Mr.
me
Paul,
that word is to me it just stirs up trouble.
it was used to deny our ancestors' humanity. And Mr. Paul, if I can say, you are of a generation that came immediately on immediately off the successes of the civil rights movement, which weren't just legal successes, which weren't just laws, right? There was also this cultural power where, I'm ashamed to use the word that came with it. I'm maybe a generation later, and then Tony and these guys are another generation, perhaps, right? Because they're a little bit younger. And I'm suggesting that over those 3 or 4 generations post civil rights, we have bought into this idea that we are post-racial and that we are moving towards progress, and that we could. It's popularized. Tupac uses it. NWA used it. Therefore, it's an American word, and it's losing its sting, perhaps. Right? I'm suggesting that we're at a time where that sting is actually reinvesting and being reinvested in and blooming in aspects of society and culture. And there's room for debate. Some people might disagree with me on that front, but I could point to some things to show you that, we are moving back there, and that therefore we need to rethink this casual usage of that term.
There's another one that's similar, the C word. We don't just go around calling women the C word.
Right.
And women don't call each other that.
But the other C word.
I don't know,
I mean, maybe there probably is a few women out there that call each other that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there ain't.
In fact, that's why I use the word bro, because bro to me is universal, and that means that to me that's my way of communicating with anybody of any culture.
The problem is when I make that analogy, Mr. Polk, when I make that analogy, I feel like I'm being insensitive because it makes it like I'm comparing the N word to the C word as if, you know what I mean? But if the reason what made me think of it was Rhino said it's a provocative word. And so I thought of another provocative word that we don't just go around calling our women. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is, the British use that word and it's proper. Like they're okay using that word. The C word for the Brits is like the F word for us. Yeah, there's a little bit of stigma,
they do it.
but most people use it. You know what I mean? And so
they would do, but
there's a no-win situation for a lot of people that would believe, look, if the word is going to be accepted in the in the vocabulary, then anybody should be free to use it. Of course, there should always be consequences to any speech, obviously, from others that may not like the
he's
speech.
arguing from the right.
But
He's
the other
trying
token to
to
that
justify
is
the argument.
The other token to that is there's others that believe, okay, fine, if it's got that kind of stigma, then nobody should use it. And both of those positions are considered racist.
Well, cause I'm gonna say that when I was coming up, my dad used to always tell us, think before you speak, because sometimes what you say has consequences. And I mean, it didn't just apply to certain cultures or races. Think before you speak.
Words are weapons, bro.
And then as a
Words
matter
are
of
weapons.
equality,
Exactly
and as a matter of equality, somebody would say, okay, should those consequences be different for a person of a different color? That's where the conflict is in a lot of white folks' minds. So we either decide everybody
they don't
can
because
use
they
it
don't
and
they
we
don't know
suffer
the
the
nuance and the
consequences,
context
or nobody
and
can
how
use
it's
it.
levied.
But my point is only that both of those positions, either everybody should use it or nobody should use it. Both of those positions are considered by society to be racist. How can we win with that?
Well, I'll tell you what. You know, we will always lose to.
How can
the
anybody win with that? Is
conversation
what I'm saying.
stops.
One group of people levying it against another group is different when it's done internally.
Absolutely, but we're never going to find resolution if conversation
That's
stops.
true. Then we should not be divvying out licenses to certain people to say it, because I know plenty of white people that are allowed to say that word around their friends, their black friends.
But again, if they're going to be flippantly knowing, I mean,
I don't know if they're allowed.
And then I know some black people
if they
that
are,
are
then
like,
that would be
no, we
something
never
to
let
do
a
it.
white guy say that, even with a soft A.
No, but that's why I say I don't if a black person comes to me and calls me, hey, what's up, my N? I'm gonna say don't call me that because that's not my name. That's not who I am.
Right. There
Well, to
again,
that point,
Mr.
Mr.
Paul,
Dog, that's the easy
people call
rebuttal.
me that all day. Is it a term of endearment when I'm not even black? And I'm not allowed to reciprocate that endearment? So stop calling me that word. How about that?
Well, yeah, you can always say I'm not black.
Well,
And I don't
it's done
appreciate
all
you
day
telling me.
long. It's done
Well,
all day long.
That's why I
that
said,
was my point, color.
I'm sure they
People
will stop.
use that. When the people use that, they're daring you to say it, color, so that they can then take it to, this contest over. We are going to shame him into not using it,
I'm
right?
not so sure they're purposely doing
Well,
that.
in that case, that's called entrapment. A disciplined individual won't be entrapped by that nonsense.
Right. I'm not or an unconscious trap as well. But as we see, Thomas fell into that trap today. It was coming. I've been waiting for it to come. You know what I'm saying? And that leads to another thing. That, because of Latin America's similar history with slavery, right, and the way race happened in those countries, right, mulattoes, mixed race, etc., that people, because of their nationality, are N-words too, right? This is what's been mentioned here, right? And
that's what
came on with a
he's trying
right?
to suggest that people was saying Venezuelans can't use it. I was like, who the hell said something about fucking South America?
Right. Well, here's the point, though. What is happening now with Latin American immigrants to the United States who claim usage of the word because of its common history is no different than what happened to the poor Irish, the poor Italians, etc. And the cross that they had to bear, the way they earned whiteness was by buying into the American racial system. In other words, by using the N-word in its original sense with its racial, that was part of the process through which they became white. There's a book called Wages of Whiteness, which talks about how these groups in mass and Hispanics in Miami, for instance, if you talk to their children, one generation after they migrated to the United States, if they stay in Miami, they have a white consciousness. They believe they are white people because of the power that and access and cultural majority that exists in South Florida. It's only until they leave South Florida that they realize that they're part of an ethnicized minority, right? And then some then get their racial awakening, right? And so when you have whites and blacks who grew up in the same neighborhoods in Miami, right? Yeah, the word gets thrown around, between guys growing up as brothers. Yeah,
amongst each
right.
other.
And that was my point in commenting back to them. We're using this in cavalierly in a international, national forum where they don't have that same context. Do we want to invite color to use the word liberally? Do we want to invite Thomas Jensen to use the color liberally? If we are not, then we need to think about us using the word publicly. We need to take responsibility about using that word. It's my suggestion. Because when we do, we're inviting them to do so.
And make no mistake.
Can I say something, please?
That invite would definitely be declined anyway, because I just think that there's better things to say.
I would hope so.
They still have a choice to whether or not they want the invitation or not.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
Is that Nene? How's it going, Nene?
How's it going?
I've been upset for a couple of hours, and here's why. And I'm not saying this was the intent, but as somebody that sat there and watched how this all went down, I got KP your point with Tony and them. I just would have preferred that you, Tony, and all of them could have had that conversation privately so we can continue to focus on what the issue is. And the issue is, I've never seen why this particular group of people are always told to forgive. We're always told, oh, it wasn't a big deal. And I mean, no disrespect to you, Cap4Life, but before you even heard the audio, you're like, oh, well, he probably didn't mean it. And I like Thomas, but don't get me wrong. But I always find it interesting when it comes up to this particular ethnic group. is always, well, maybe y'all, no, it's painful. It's disrespectful. If you notice, the gentlemen that were offended, they're not even here anymore. I took it upon myself as a black woman to reach out to them and say, are you okay? Some people, I think, took this moment to get their entertainment, to get their laughs, to get their, I don't know, whatever else could be in that form.
And this ain't no laughs, Nene.
No, but what I'm saying to you is there are
Yeah, this
people
is
that are.
definitely not a joke. This is
Well,
something that
no,
needed to be
yeah,
discussed.
no. I'm not going to allow you to do that because that's the whole point. I wanted to reel it back to what it is because now we're talking about redemption and now we're talking about all of this. When other races are disrespected, we're not talking about no redemption. We're not talking about.
Redemption. This is not about redemption. This is about
No. Listen
TJ.
to me. Listen to me. Accountability. That's the conversation. We don't need to move.
Okay, no, you're right.
We don't need to move from that. Keep it there.
You're right.
Because we went from acting like maybe it was a misunderstanding. And I love Andy, but one of the things he said, well, maybe he didn't mean it with harmful intent. When there's other races that deal with the same thing, we don't have those additional conversations. We sit to what it is. It's wrong. No ands, no ifs, no buts about it. And for all y'all that's up here,
there's no excuse.
That knows those people.
There's no excuse.
No, I got you. I'm not even talking about you. I'm moving on from you because to me, you're the only person that actually came up here and did the right thing. There was a lot of other things that I'm absolutely sickened that we're not even looking at. The people that were hurt, and I'm hurt as a black woman, as well. I'm one of those people too. I agree with you, KP, but I just think for that moment, that particular conversation, y'all could have had that somewhere else because now it adds on too. Because then people are like, look at them fighting each other. You see, and that's the thing. That's why I wasn't going to say anything. But when we started talking about, well, what can they do? Let's what can we do? Hold it accountable. There's no reason why that man should have been up here as long as he is. I get we want to expose him, but when you seeing that it's hurting people, like the comments were crying. I was in that comments crying. Stop. Get this guy out of it. It's insensitive. It's wrong. And we kept him up here. And that's why I came up here. I'm going to land my plane because I'm trying to calm down. But reach out to those gentlemen that left. Because something about black men, we don't sit there and think they're human beings. They
talking about CT and Josh Allen?
I'm just talking about in general. No, I'm talking about, if y'all notice, Tony, all those boys are gone. They've been gone for some time.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want them to leave. This is not the intention for them to leave at all.
But listen, Cap, you got to understand how they felt from the moment it came up.
I want to reach out to them. If I'm able to reach out to them, I just hope that they're able to.
I defend you a lot. I defend you a lot, but I need you to do what everybody asks you to do. Just listen. Listen. Right. And maybe because you didn't get it from the moment that this conversation happened, they were questioned how they feel. They were told, oh, y'all say it, so it's okay. Then you had somebody that was just blatantly disrespectful. And then it was a back and forth between our own people. So I'm going to land there. Don't care what the comments are saying. But I reached out to all them boys to know that somebody is standing for them. Like, just because they're men, just because they're black, that doesn't mean that stuff isn't right. No, it ain't no redemption right now. Your redemption is your prayer to whoever you believe in. But those gentlemen deserve that moment for their feelings to be heard, to be able to be heard, not questioned, not told, oh, wait a minute. No, because when it happens to other races, we don't do that. We don't do that when it comes to other races. We don't do that when it comes to other creeds. We don't do it even when it comes to other genders. Even as a woman, I get a little bit more grace than men. It's not right. Y'all have a blessed night. To all my men up there that's in that situation, I'm keeping y'all in.
Nene, hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Just came into the house, but yeah, Nene, I accept and agree with you. Upbraiding me that should have been a conversation behind closed doors and private. My only response to that would have been that I have had to try to. In my previous comments at certain points, I've tried to make that very conversation happen in those more private spaces. But, I guess because of my relative unpopularity because of the Dolphin takes, sometimes it's just laughed off. I've had those conversations with Andrevius going back 2 years now. I've talked to Tony about it from time to time. I referred to that tonight. I've talked to certain people about it up to this point. But you're 100% right. That is a conversation that should have been in-house. You are 100% right in scolding me for that, and I accept that.
Well, it's like emotions were flaring because at first I was like, okay, I saw Thomas. He said he was sorry. That's just the Christian side of me. But when I heard Tony's voice, when I heard Crypto's voice,
there was
me
genuine
as
hurt. Yes,
as a black woman, I can feel that. And for
no
people
doubt.
to be telling them how they should feel and what should be said in a history lesson, it wasn't right. Because when it comes to other people, we don't do that for them. So I always stand for what's right. We just had in a heat conversation about, the Kaylin thing. You know how I am. But right is right. I had to find my words. But I'm seeing all these people telling about this. And I'm a Christian. I believe in forgiving people. I don't push that on nobody else. But in this moment, damn it gotta be accountability. And that's the only thing. And I land my plane.
No, hey, I accept that. I accept that uprating on that point, and I hope
accept it too, man.
And I hope that you would have also seen that when I did come in, though. My point with them was totally a different discussion that should have been had in a different room. But I joined them 110% in challenging any kickback that people would have given them for voicing their, displeasure, disapproval of the language Thomas used. That was, I just acknowledge that is exactly what should have happened. They should have been called to account, and that's what they did. My only commentary comes from, I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to do things like that when we are participatory in making the word mainstream.
Right,
and
I get that. I get that.
And using that argument about the A versus the ER as an excuse.
Right. But I think for tonight,
yes,
we'll pin that for another day, because see, then what happens is the conversation changes, right?
Yes, it does. It was a different conversation altogether. Right. Yes.
And that ain't what we needed to do tonight, at least for the night and this morning. And
again, if it takes I apologize for that.
Right.
I apologize for that.
You don't have to apologize, brother. You don't have to be apologized, but just keep
you're 100% correct.
Look, for me, Nene, that was not my intention. These guys have always talked about this passionately, and it's something that's always been there. As far as TJ, like I said, I was trying to take
you did that 2 weeks ago when Josh Allen first raised his racist ass head. You did try to distract from that 2 weeks ago too. You did that then too.
You know what I'm saying? I just try to, I try to like end the tension around the community, bro. This is not for anybody to take this to heart, man. I hope all those gentlemen that were up here earlier, bro, they don't see me in a different light, bro, because they know I'm good people, bro, and I always look out for them.
No, listen,
it was a heated conversation. Like Capitan said it from the beginning, bro. This conversation was gonna get heated, but it was no ill will towards anybody, bro.
You did what Britain tried to do in World War II. You tried to do appeasement. You tried to do appeasement.
Whoever else was upset that left up here, that felt that they didn't have a word up here, bro, and maybe it was just because I was having a power trip, because the beginning of the show, and maybe it was just running through the flow. It was just, everything was coming in a point where it was just becoming race, and it was like, man, bro, I get away from the world to get away from that, bro. Like, you guys are different colors from me, bro, and I don't care, bro. Like, we talk about the Dolphins, bro. That's what I care about. But when
you have the privilege of taking that stance, though.
Yeah,
it just feels like this was building up for a while. This was building up for a while. This has nothing to do with me. This is building up for a while. Now, if I say, look,
if I say to myself, look, and I just don't want this here, use a terminology that's all about being equitable.
Right.
Yeah,
the man came up here blowhard, don't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Right.
I'm talking about
that guy, look, Josh Allen. I didn't have no
terminology that don't even fucking apply.
No, you did try to deflect from him 2 weeks ago.
Unequal, yes, unequal in the way y'all using the word, but we're gonna use a terminology that's all about being equal.
Look, man, hey, Tony, man,
fuck that makes sense.
Tony's my dog, bro.
Yeah, I just want to
No, I
listen.
know
And
Ian gonna
Can't
in my own
can
way,
y'all
bro. Like,
can Tony come up here?
we need to talk about.
You're in the blender, Cap.
What about now?
yeah,
Can you hear me
listen.
now?
I am constantly
Yeah,
in
no,
a
man. I know.
state
Look,
of
everybody's gonna see me in a negative
amazement.
light, bro. And let me tell you something. It's expected. But all these guys that were up here, bro, I got nothing but mad love for them, bro. And
Yeah,
they
and
will never
respect,
see me
and
thinking
respect.
ever negative of them at all, bro.
I wanted.
Listen,
Now let me tell you, this was expected to happen, but bro, that's something I didn't want to do.
You breaking up,
They
Cap.
really upset that that's something that I did not want to do whatsoever.
I want to say, and this is why I went back to, and I heard Josh Allen. To be honest, I was disgusted. He was being.
Is that Andy breaking up?
A little bit. Andy
Andy
sounds
is
like he's
breaking
breaking
up.
up or laying down or
Yeah,
something.
Andy's breaking up as well. But listen, Andy, the
Look,
Josh Allens of the world are the reason why we have to have these discussions.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when it'll get for us to get together on a night like this, get away from the Dolphin talk and just talk about bro, without, like we haven't talked about this stuff.
I think Andy and Cap4Life are on the same
Chopped up,
boat.
Cap.
Yeah, Andy
Chopped
and
up.
Cap4Life are on the same fucking tower or some shit.
Man,
I'm gonna.
it's cricket, bro. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, man. Look, at the end of the day, bro, like I said, this Saturday night was intended to get away from Dolphin talk, but at the same time talk about real stuff, bro, without getting into our feelings, but at the same time talking about our feelings, if that makes sense. I think that we're adult enough to know each other to the point where if people are trying to be, aware of being sorry for what they said, bro, I mean, it's about the Dolphins at the end of the day, right? Like, are we going to exile this guy because of something that he says he's sorry he said? I accepted the apology, bro. Like, what I'm trying to get at is I'm not trying to break down what anybody's been through in their past, because obviously that's not what we're doing here. We have the platform open here, which the dialogue that I had intended for tonight was put to the side because of the feelings that were being expressed tonight. And that's something I'm not going to put to the side, because when people are passionate like that, bro, I don't do
the
that.
30 for 30 Cap4Life at another
No,
time.
this night was important, bro. This night was important, regardless what people want to think about me, bro. I think it was important.
Yep. I'm gonna start rolling out some little bit of takes from everybody to bring it to a bit of a close. I want to start off with Mr. Polk, who I gotta say, Mr. Polk, as always, clear-headed, well-spoken, just on fucking point, Mr. Polk. And just I don't know about you guys, but Mr. Polk just seems like a standard of human. When some people talk about being genetically better than others, I think they're crazy. But when I hear Mr. Polk, I feel like he's at least a little more evolved than the rest of us at times. Mr. Polk, please give us some final thoughts.
The most important thing is this. Think before you speak, and also, if you don't want to be treated a certain way, don't treat or speak to people a certain way. Okay, and then the most important thing that we are all. I gotta make sure I say this carefully. There is no superior race.
No.
Okay, we are all human beings. Period. We are all human beings.
Children of the Lord, buddy.
There you go. So treat each other the way you want to be treated. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you do. Plain and simple. Thanks for having me up here, Cap.
Always, Mr.
Like I
Polk.
said, maybe the next. I'm gonna touch back on something, but I'm gonna let it go. But anyway, thanks for letting me be on the show.
Appreciate it, Mr. Polk.
Appreciate you coming, Mr. Polk. Thank you so much. Andy, I know you've had some stuff. Let's get some closing thoughts here a little bit, Andy.
All right. Do I sound better?
Yeah, you do actually.
All right. I think at the beginning of the show, from what I was hearing in regards to Josh Allen becoming very technical, that's why I was trying to come up is very disgusting. It's not right. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all have feelings. Whatever whatever race you are, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we're all equal. My uncle, who passed away back in 2014, told me, if you want people to respect you, the first thing that you have to do is show respect towards others. And that's where I land my plane, bro.
Appreciate you, Andy. Thank you. Well said, brother. Well said.
Well said, Andy. Well said, brother.
I don't know if Sharif is still with us or not. If Sharif has any final words. I don't know. I think Sharif fell off a while back.
Sharif, yeah, kind of.
He's
he made one
communing with
statement.
the Anunnaki right at the moment.
Oh yeah, he's brushing up on his Anunnaki. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead to Ali. Ali, go ahead. And go Ali with the final take.
Ali is communing
Final
with
takes.
the Anunnaki.
You want my
too.
final takes? Sorry, I was double muted.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you having me, El Cap. I know I was kind of late to the party, but I did get all the cliff notes and everything. Crazy show back to back. I will say that this one was very it was deep.
Okay.
It was very deep in several ways, because you never know who people are and who they truly are. And I just want to be clear, because I've seen some comments fly in the chat. I'm not saying that Josh Allen or even Thomas deserves redemption. I know people have the right to be hurt and need to hold them accountable in all of that, right? But my question to KP was specifically to ask, at some point, is there a path of atonement and redemption, right? That's basically, because before we can move forward as people, as humans, as humanity, we have to get better. And part of that is we have to hold people accountable, and those people, we have to accept at some point those people can hopefully learn from their mistakes. And that's something that I truly believe. Because personally, like, I didn't even go into detail some of the shit that I've gone through. I know I gave some stuff, and Al Cap kind of laughed at part of it and whatnot. But there's different. This is something that affects everybody, and I think that everybody has the right to their feelings. But we have to get better, bro. I'm gonna say it straight up. We just have to get better as people. And I know people might say, well, we need to educate better in schools and stuff. I truly believe this is something that I don't know. I don't even know where it starts, really. It's really sickening, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I'm just really anti-racism. That's for me. Doesn't matter who it is. I hate racial slurs every time I hear them and stuff. Personally, I do agree with a lot of the things you said, but I think at some point we have to, hopefully people can learn.
Man, the only thing, Ali, that I know is that Thomas is over here telling me he's not a racist, and he's telling me that he's remorseful for what he said, and all I can do is say, man, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But at the same time, if he's saying that with the remorse and a sincerity through his voice that you can hear, I mean, I'm not nobody to say nobody's not allowed a second chance, is what I'm saying. As many times as I had second chances in life, I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's wrong to say Thomas is not allowed a second chance when he's telling you that he's sorry, especially with everything that he expressed. Like, at the same time, I get what everybody else is upset about too, bro.
Sorry,
and I'm not trying to belittle what anybody else is saying. But you have to understand too, you can't tell me that I'm not willing to understand what people are saying when I went to the side of the panel to the chat board to mingle with everybody so they can express what they're saying towards TJ. And I don't think people understand that either. But I mean, at the same time, the tape is there, bro. Like,
for me, like when it comes to this subject, I think everyone needs to be held accountable, not just once. It's not a one-sided thing, and I agree with a lot of
no, at the end of the day, you're absolutely correct. All of us need to look in the mirror after this.
No matter who says it is racist. It's used in negative light, no matter what.
Well, yeah, you're fighting the battle for lack.
But once I get racist, that's when I get from 0 to 60 because I know I'm not racist at all. And it's just, I want to stay away from that talk too, bro, because I know where it lingers. But when people are passionate, I put whatever I have to say to the side so they can express their feelings because you can hear it. You can hear it. And when people say they should take this conversation to the side, I respect that too. Who am I to say no?
Yeah. KP, if you don't mind, stay backstage. I'd like to talk to you about something.
Yeah. All right, Ali. Thank you for the final thoughts. Crypto, final thoughts from you.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the floor so KP and Crypto can have the last word.
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead, Color. Go ahead.
Well, because I think it's proper for those two gentlemen to have the last word tonight.
All right.
But look, until somebody cuts open human's arm and shows me a different color blood, I just won't believe in the idea that there's such thing as race. I blame this all on technology. I know that's a cliche nowadays, but the fact of it is that the way that technology has joined the entire planet together means that people that have developed different genetics through evolution to help them in the area they lived in the world are now blending with and living in spaces that they never lived before. That's bone white people living at the equator, that over time adapt more melanin, and that's dark people that come from the equator living in the north where they have to,
Color, if I may, don't conflate evolutionary Darwinism to racial
well, my point
indifferences.
is because of communication and technology that has allowed all those different genetics to mix. But at the fundamental level, we are all Homo sapiens. There is no different than if we were to classify everybody who has a toe longer than an inch and a half. Are they a different race? Here's the example I'll use, and it's an old Star Trek episode from the 60s. I forget what the name of it was, but the main character was Frank Gorshin, the guy who played the Riddler. Okay, and there were two aliens on the Enterprise that had this power to zap each other electrically, and it was damaging the Enterprise, and they're fighting each other the whole episode. Their alien race has it's like the black and white cookie from Publix. It's split right down the middle. Half their face is black, half of it's white. Okay? And these people have been fighting each other for centuries. Okay? And it's causing problems on the Enterprise. So Kirk has to solve their issue. They get them back to their home planet and realize that the entire race of beings killed themselves in this war. And these are the only two dudes left fighting throughout the galaxy. Okay? And Kirk and Spock and everybody, at first, through the whole episode, they cannot figure out why these people annihilated each other. They both look the same. There's no distinguishing differences as to why there might be a hierarchy or whatever would cause their conflict, but they hate each other. And finally, it dawned on Spock. The reason that they were fighting each other is because half of their species, the right side was black and the left side was white. And the other half of the species, the right side was white and the black side was left. And that's where they divided themselves as races that annihilated each other. And I'll leave you with that.
Thank you for that color commentary take. Star Trek style, as we all know. Color, gets down with some Star Trek. Crypto. Final take, brother.
Well, I'll just say this much. Like I say, I'll use a reference here, two different ones. Well, George W. Bush once said we have to smoke them out of the caves. When he was talking about Bin Laden. Sometimes racism has to be smoked out of the caves. And I'll add a football terminology that we always use. There's levels to this. What do I mean? Levels to this.
You took the words out of my mouth, Crypto. I'm going to use a level reference.
We have what we would consider speculation on Thomas being a racist when we have outright blatant racism being displayed when it comes to ideology and what they think when it comes to superiority complex that's being displayed not once on this platform but twice and doubling down on that. So that's what I mean about the levels to it. One, because of a slip up of a word, using the N word as a slip up to say well, he was just paraphrasing Lewis, right? Now the speculation of racism happens. We already have outright display of said racism by two individuals that appeared on the panel after him. So whether one is in your face, one doesn't always have to burn a cross on your yard, and one don't always have to be caught lynching black people and stringing them up on trees as to say, oh, that's what it means to be racist. No. You can do it with forked tongue. You can do it all kinds of ways and to show it. You don't always have to be burning crosses on people's lawns to say, oh, I'm a racist. Or be walking around with hoods on horses and yelling and screaming in people's backyards and burning tiki torches. See, that's what people's concept of, unless I'm visibly showing that, I can't be called this word. No, that's no easy escape. That's not how it works. It's the ideology and the believing of a policy or a certain type of things that we should do, and what lifts one group of people over another group of people puts you into that classification. So yeah, we saw a speculation of an individual being racist versus we saw an outright racist that showed up on the panel. There's no disputing the difference between the two. I don't need someone to say the N-word for me to speculate for them to be racist. That's number one. Thomas, if I suggest that Thomas was a racist, he doesn't need to say the N-word for me to determine and to suss out whether or not he's a racist or not. I don't need that. What Josh Allen showed, he showed it whether or not he was a racist. That's the difference. And I'll land my plane there.
Eloquently put, Crypto. I felt like it was well worded. I felt like it was very on point. And thank you for that. I'm gonna let KP go and follow that up. KP, it's kind of hard. Crypto really nailed a lot of the points.
Yeah,
wow.
I don't have anything much to say after that. I mean, that was succinctly, eloquently, directly stated clearly. So, as Crypto is often done, man, he's one of the jewels here of this online Dolphin community when it comes to critique and seeing things analytically and explaining it in a way we can all understand. So props to him. He's among the many Dolphin fans who I've met in this community who've impressed me with their integrity, their intelligence, their commentary. I'm talking about UL Cap, Color, Lewis, Tony, Big Nick. All of these guys I respect and learn from on a daily basis. Nene, it makes me encouraged that I'm surrounded by so many people I can tap into and learn from, and from their point of view, from their experience, etc. And I would there's no way I could follow that, but just to reiterate, there are levels to this, right? There's, prejudice, right? There's bigotry, which is turning prejudice into action, right? Then you have racialized violence, right? And then there is racism. I mean, oftentimes we've been taught that, to be a racist, one has to say something or do something that is racist. And like Crypto pointed out, that's not always going to be there. There's not always going to be evidence, not always going to be proof, right? Racism comes not just because of racist violence. It becomes what happens in the aftermath. When after that lynching that Crypto just mentioned, all the other blacks in the community have to flee for fear of racism. They may not be direct victims of racial violence in a direct way, but they're indirect victims. When their property is then confiscated after they've, quote unquote, abandoned it, and that property given to newcomers, usually young whites looking for a deal, right? And why am I bringing this up? Because there's a history that has guided the culture we experience and live in today in the 2020s. And it's grounded in these kinds of historical relations between peoples, right? The N-word, right, is a vestige, is an echo of this history, right? Now, whether it was used 1,000 years ago positively in Africa or 300 years ago in this country to dehumanize, right? Both are part of the context for the usage of the word today. When we, and that's all of us, any of us, decide to use those words, we bring all that to the table. It may be interpreted differently by me than you. It may be okay for you and not me, right? But when we use it, we invite this to the table, right? And when we invite this to the table, we're inviting it at a time where we need to check the temperature. Is it getting hotter? Is it getting colder? What direction is the society moving in? Okay. And when we do that, I think it will self-police the way we go forward. At least I would hope it would. I mean, there are some people who are itching for a fight, right? I just hope that if you're itching for a fight, that you're itching to win the fight, that you're ready to win, right? Because we can have these contests if you want. Me, I only want to fight when I know I have a good shot at winning or when I know I'm going to win, right? And so it is from that perspective that I offered my critique later. It's obvious. Josh Allen, there's no negotiation with it. There's no appeasing openly declared racists. Appeasement fails. When Hitler steps up in the world and has organized himself to a level that's going to be a threat, you have to put that threat down because there's no politicking with that from my perspective. My people have lost too much to people who wanted to appease and negotiate with people like that, right? So that's one level, right? Going back to Thomas Jensen, I wasn't around. I was with my real family, my wife, my kids, my parents. I don't know what happened. All I saw all day was how this thing was exploding, and I was trying to ignore it. But then I got, I had to pay some attention to it because I've grown to love the people in this community. Like I said, when this thing opened up, and when it comes to saying the word, a so-called white man in 2024 saying the word, I think, and this has been standard only in a fraction of time, the last 30 to 40 years, there has to be some accountability for using the word, right? And I think that was done when Thomas was called out, right? But and I'll land here, I want everybody to notice what happened next. The issue isn't that Thomas Jensen was called out. He was called out, he apologized. That, for the last 30 years, has been standard in American society. You say the N-word, you might lose your job, you might get fined. But I want you to see what happened next, and this is what should worry all of you who claim to be anti-racist. What happened next was that you had openly avowed, sworn racists pop up and be proud enough to openly avow their racism. Just as it was in the 1920s when the Ku Klux Klan marched in front of the White House. Just as it was when to get voted on your local community council or to become mayor, like Governor Wallace, you had to show your level of white supremacy. Was it racist enough to be the governor of Alabama? Governor Wallace, before he was elected in Alabama, was known as a friend of the black community. He was a progressive even. But to become governor, the policy suggested that he had to come down on black people to such a degree that he'd be votable by the white community. And I promise I'll land here. I'll land here. The fact that CT and Josh Allen exist and can feel comfortable enough to come on a public forum and discuss those ideas should be the proof positive that the paranoia that I was accused of is
alive and well.
Is alive and well, and it is growing. I would suggest that the Josh Allen and CTs of the world would not be confident enough to come on a social media platform and say those things 10 years ago as they are today. And that is where I'm coming from when I say we need to, like Mr. Park says, think before we speak. Coming from a African-American perspective, we need to reflect on the way in which the decades, centuries-long struggle to tame that stuff, the blood that was shed. And it wasn't just black blood. Like Reggie Jackson said, there were white brothers in the struggle from the beginning. Like Ali said, in England, which led the abolitionist movement. So this is, like you said, El Cap, not just black versus white. This is about humanity versus
the
exploiters, the racists, right? Yeah. And so each of us play a part in the direction that this goes in. And it sometimes takes us to stand up and say these hard things. And so, yeah, like Crypto said, standing up against a Josh Allen CT is clearly evident based on how we were all raised. But my problem is it's becoming more and more regular these days. Maybe it's a technological thing. Maybe we're hearing it more. Maybe, but it exists. And for that reason alone, I'm going to police the way I conduct myself on social media. And I won't fall into the trap of using what I consider irresponsible public language. If somebody else chooses to do it, I can't stop them. I can't police them. I can't sanction them. I can't call the internet cops and stop them from using the N-word. But just know there are consequences. And not everybody agrees with your liberal usage of it, black or white. And I'll end there. That's it.
I think thank you, KP, for that. I feel like a lot. I mean, here's the thing, right? KP took every point from every direction that he perceives. And, look, when KP in the quote unquote paranoia, as you put, and I think it was Tony that said that to you, it's hard to dispute feeling any sort of way from his perspective when, we saw some of the things that happened after. Cap4Life, I want you to, look, I want to say this. It was supposed to be a 30 for 30 Cap4Life. We're going to still make that happen.
Everybody, we'll postpone it for some other day.
Yeah, apparently this took precedent. Go ahead and give a final thought, because I'm going to give Thomas a final thought, and then I'm gonna put a nice bow on all this, hopefully.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been a long night. I mean, a lot of emotions were put on display tonight. And we never shy away from people not having their voice heard. And that's one thing, Chris, that you need to take accountability for yourself in a good way. When you give this platform a voice for everyone to have, bro, and to get away from the madness when it's the Miami Dolphins and we can just talk about everyday life, uncomfortable or not as it be. I mean, like I said, I didn't know what was going on. All I know is this was brewing up, and I guess it had to be discussed, and we needed to talk about it. If it got to the point where it got and people feel like they weren't heard, trust me, like I said, I wasn't on the panel in order for me to say, hey, this guy doesn't belong here, or hey, we should not talk about that, because of the passion that was being displayed. So that's why I went to the chat to talk with everybody in the chat. So, I mean, for me, if I handled that the wrong way, then I take accountability for that. But at the same time, from what I heard, I also learned as well. So, TJ, man, keep your head up, man. You're a Dolphin fan. I look out for the, always for the logo, bro. So I've known you for a minute, bro. For me to say that you're a racist, I don't think you are, with the sincerity you showed tonight and from what you told to everyone on the panel with that sincerity, bro. So that's all I can ask for as a person from the outside looking in. And I'm not judging anybody, because I'm nobody to judge. And I'm not perfect either. You show me a person who's perfect, and I bow before their feet. So people need to take accountability all around, not just me. But I appreciate you guys, bro. You guys have a great weekend, and like I said, man, hopefully we keep it moving, man, in the positive way. And yeah, bro. Much love.
Thank you, Cap. Beautifully put. Cap, again, I feel like, when it was kind of happening, and I'm just gonna say this for Cap4Life, and I know he would agree, I don't want to say he was trying to belittle it, more along the lines of keep to the theme of a little bit of a joking manner, and maybe it was distasteful and maybe it was a little untimely, but as you heard from him there was no malice intent behind any of that. And so Cap didn't, again, with where the show that was planned today is supposed to go to where it ended up, completely separate. And I feel like Cap did a smart thing by taking a step out and allowing this to manifest, and I appreciate that from him. Thomas, rough day, buddy. Rough day.
Yes, it was. This is the thing I want to say, okay? This is absolutely no joking matter. Words hurt. I said a word that hurt a lot of human beings tonight. And I'm a white man in his 60s, getting ready to turn 61. And I've seen the other side of racism. A lot of people in here know I'm married to a Cuban. And there's been times where we've been out to dinner. Her parents used to live on the West Coast over in Naples. We would go to dinner in one of the restaurants. And of course, her parents, all they speak is Spanish. And I hear under someone's breath, they shouldn't be here if they can't speak English. So I've seen how words hurt. Okay. And I have no excuse. That word hurt. I've hurt some human beings tonight. I know it's going to take more time for some, maybe never going to forgive me. But the last thing I'm going to leave you with, Chris, is I'm in a lot of these private chats. You're involved too. And if I was racist, why would I want to be talking to all these people? Now, I troll a lot. I talk a lot of shit. But that wasn't no trolling. That wasn't no talking shit. That wasn't cute. That wasn't funny. It was none of that. I was trying to repeat something that Lou said, and the word came out wrong. It slipped, and there's no excuse. Don't matter. White person shouldn't be saying that word, no matter what. No matter with the hard R, soft A, whatever the hell you want to say. I don't use that word. I was trying to repeat something, and it came out. And I know EM says that word just don't slip out like that. Well, I understand your point, and I know I hurt you. I know I hurt a lot of human beings tonight, and I know there's a lot of anger from this tonight. And I mean, I respect everybody, and I respect how some people are going to take longer to maybe share some things with me, or some may never. But I respect Lewis saying he won't bring me up as a speaker anymore. I understand that, because no matter what, it was wrong. I admit it was wrong. And it was a hurtful word for many people, many human beings on this planet. And I mean, that's about all I can say about it. This stuff, when Josh Allen came on and CT, I was cringing listening to that. That's cringe, and I agree with Nene that needed to be squelched. I mean, I don't know they needed to be put in their place quick and not let them ramble on with that rhetoric, in my opinion. So I've learned a very very hard lesson here, no doubt. And it is what it is. I can't take back the word. It is what it is. And
well, Thomas,
will come on your platform. I mean, I don't know.
Well, Thomas, listen. You know how that we get down, and I feel Thomas is sincere in a lot of his. Look again. Thomas ain't in the same boat as some of these other people. Not to fucking belittle his actions, but again, as Crypto eloquently said, there is levels to it, and I know over time people will. I'm not going to say everybody, but there will be forgiveness given, and I'm gonna touch a little bit on that in my final thought. And Thomas, stick around, buddy. I hear the somberness in your voice and things like that, and I think the message is relayed how and what happened, and over time, maybe people can come to forgive and forget, but there's going to be some stuff that goes with that, and I think you
I don't
understand
want
that.
anybody to never forget, because
Well, you know what I mean. That's kind of the saying, but I get you, brother. I get you. We'll see how it pans out and stuff like that. So that's it. So Thomas, thank you for your final thoughts. I'm gonna put you backstage. Everybody that is backstage, hang on, because we will be bringing everybody back up backstage to chat a little bit. I see a couple people back there. Everyone stay put. Stuff like that. We'll hash out some other stuff. I'll just say a lot of this, right? No one ever can understand how someone feels, or how it looks through someone else's eyes, and that goes for all of us beyond what the outer skin shows. But we are all the same internally, at least as a human people, I believe. And to me, hate begets hate. And those of us that are practicing in the hate, whether it's where you live and it's perpetrated on you, or you're a person consumed by it, hate is a prison for us all. And that's the truth. And hate is evil, and it comes from the devil. Say what you want, believe in God, not in God, anything like that, whatever religion you are, from any ethos that you want to identify with, whether you're have no religion or not, being a good person and not consumed by hate, or allowing it to be around you and consume the things and not call it out, you allow it to fester, you allow it to be there. And I don't want to say guilty by association, but most certainly guilty by not doing something about it, right? And that's not this country anymore. At least it shouldn't be. And I'm not saying that it's not prevalent. I know here, growing up in South Florida, living in Florida, a lot of that hate stuff. Not that I haven't seen it growing up, but I feel like we've become better and progressed as a people of Florida. We are a melting pot of the world, much less just the country. And I'm just hoping that, like us all, we want it to be better, and we owe it to ourselves to not just squash the hate, because killing out and eviscerating hate, that in itself becomes a hateful act as well, right? If genocide, the theory of genocide, in any form of it, never works. It only allows a phoenix to rise from the ashes to then push back on that form of I can't think of but hate to itself, right? And we all become prisoner to it. And typically, as KP put, and how I talked a little bit about it, it's perpetrated by those that really want to control us. And we got to do better amongst ourselves as the people, as the regulars, to break through as much of these barriers, as uncomfortable and hurtful and, pulling at the scars to all of us, and more so than others as it may be. These types of conversations hopefully bring resolution to a better, progressive type of living and action. And it's going to be hard. I don't like it. I'm here for it, because if I'm not here for it, then I'm not doing anything to stop it, am I? I'm not doing anything to be any different. I'm not practicing what I preach. It's not, how am I going to teach my children and teach my loved ones around me the types of, grievances that I see, that I've come to listen to my fellow man about, and not be able to explain it to them where they'll hear me and hopefully change their ways, if in a broad sense of the word, right? I got to be there to stand up and take action. And that duty befalls on all of us, as what we are supposed to be as Americans, a leader of this, hopefully a leader of the world, but not in a superiority sense, a leader by action for good. It's not the biggest military, which we fucking got the biggest Navy and stuff. It's not that stuff that needs to define who we are as a people, as a society, as a culture, because this is more about what we want to instill that touches everyone in every place of this planet. We are all together, and we're going to live and die together, and either we're going to destroy ourselves, or we're going to figure out a way to understand each other and hear each other, really. And if not, we're just going to continue to spin our wheels. And all the progression, all the good stuff we've done, all the hope that we've instilled to hopefully give to our children and the generation coming up behind us, is going to be for naught. And I blame all of us when we fail to not just listen, but hear, employ empathy, and try to understand, forgive, and move through. That could take forever, but we got to be here for the forever, because we'll never get to the end if we're always looking to, I've had enough. I can't do this. You can't say that. You can't talk this way. And you got to hear it sometimes. You got to understand, if your intent is to upset and hurt people, that's wrong. And to me, when I see someone hurting people in this manner, I feel sorry for them. And that might be my Christian type nature. Don't get me wrong. I'll put the beating down on somebody who needs it as well. But I also got to go, who's put them? Who's filled up this person with hate, and why? Because love will only be that takes out hate like that. And I know that I can't expect that out of people. And really, I say this because I got to keep telling myself it, because I'll in that type of paradigm, when I see it and it's in front of me, I'll snap too. I'll snap and do things that I've done plenty times over, and I don't give a fuck. I sleep good with the shit I've reacted to. But I got to do better. The lot of us got to do better, and we got to understand. And if we're not gonna, hands across America, bullshit, whatever, but we got to hear each other. We got to listen, but we can't make it our identity. We got to grow. And to me, that's why laughter, that's why joking around, that's why this network and being that way and erring on the side of comedy is the one clear path I've always been able to see for humanity to be together. Because if we can laugh at each other and no barriers between us, we can accomplish anything. There's joy in laughter. Your shames, your honesties, and we laugh at it. And we find that, you know, everybody and everything we thought were so different, we're all so the same. That's it. We're all so the same. And that's where I'll land my plane. To everyone who had a hard time listening, I'm sorry. We'll talk plenty of Dolphins talk. Cap4Life, thank you for sitting this one out on your show, might I add, and we're going to remedy that sooner rather than later. And I just want everybody to, you know, I know it's a hard conversation. I appreciate everybody in chat. I know it got a little crazy left and right, but we gotta do this sometimes. And that's the bottom line. It's gonna happen. We're gonna talk about it, and you know, hopefully, you know, love will make it out in the end, because you can't fight fire with fire. You can't fight hate with hate. And I'm not saying sometimes you ain't got to cut your losses and fucking, you know, go put old dog down, but that's got to be the last resort. And God bless. I love everybody. Hit the like button. Get into the after chat in the chat after the show, not the live chat. And anything you want to say, man, that you didn't feel like you were heard in chat today, please say it there. And we'll see you guys next time. Fins up.